at 9 a.m. Please conduct a roll call.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Chair Brown?
Here. And I'd like to invite our DA, David Eister, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to agenda item 3, and that is public expression. Before we begin with the public, I'd just like to say, and I hope this is the fact, that I heard on the news the couple that was lost in Mendocino National Forest said it was Mendocino Glen Search and that they were found and rescued, and thank goodness that they weren't out there longer overnight compared to what we got. So thank you so much, Sheriff. First speaker, I have a speaker's card for Patrick Hickey.
Chair Brown, members of the board, CEO Angelo, County Council Elliott. My name is Patrick Hickey, and I'm the field representative with SEIU Local 1021. And with me is Henry Fram. Come on up, Henry. We're here this morning to share our concern about what we see as the growing use and abuse of paid administrative leaves by the county. Under the county's current practice, employees are put on paid administrative leaves, in many cases for months on end, with no explanation or time limit. Employees are required to stay at home during their normal work hours, subject to discipline if they are not there when the county calls, while the county investigates some unnamed issue. This is a perversion of the role and purpose of paid administrative leaves. They should be rare, used in those uncommon situations in which an agency believes that an employee's continued presence in the workplace may pose a threat to the employee or to others, may result in loss or damage of county property, or otherwise jeopardize legitimate government interests. Otherwise, the employee should be allowed to continue to carry out their duties while any investigation is being conducted. I'd like Henry to introduce himself and give you a brief explanation about his situation.
Hi, my name's Henry Fram. I've been on paid admin leave for almost 7 months now. Every time I've called to ask why or if I can come back to work yet, all I get is still investigating, we'll let you know. They just want me to stay at home, I guess. I really want to get back to work. I know my department's hurting. My bosses are running like crazy, and they could really use to get me back. Thank you.
This is not a paid vacation, but a form of psychological torture, something out of Franz Kafka. Imagine having to wait for months to even know what it is the county is investigating or potentially accusing you of. Employees who are placed on these leaves regularly report anxiety, stress, and sleeplessness. This also has a detrimental effect on an employee's reputation at work. Coworkers assume you must have done something really bad to justify having your phone and key card confiscated and being escorted out of the building. Staff is then directed to have no contact with that individual. This is not a wise use of taxpayer dollars. At any given time, numerous county employees are sitting at home collecting a paycheck on paid admin leave. The voters expect you to be wise stewards of our hard-earned money, not to fritter it away as you slow walk investigations on employees who could easily be at work doing their jobs. Surely there is productive work that these employees could be doing while the county conducts whatever interviews or investigations need to be done. Mr. Fram has been paid for 6 months to sit at home and do nothing. His department continues to work short-staffed. If after the excessive paid leave, the county decides to propose some form of discipline, the employee is at a distinct disadvantage. Now asked long after whatever incident is being reviewed to try to remember what happened. If I asked you what you did on a particular day last August, how much do you think you would remember? So we call on the board to direct human resources to treat county employees better, to cease their excessive use of paid administrative leave, to notify employees what they're being put on administrative leave for, and to give an expected return date from that leave. Under no circumstances should an employee be out for months on end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickey, and we'll move on. Any other public expression, please come forward. Seeing no one, we'll move further down the agenda to item agenda item number 4, which is our consent calendar. Clerk, has there been proper notice?
I'd like to come forward. I'm public.
Okay, please come forward. We're back to public expression. State your name for the record and know you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Anne Catherine de la Quadra, and I'm the owner-breeder of the Arabian horse herd unlawfully detained at Coal Creek Equestrian. I have 3 foals of mine died because of the acts of the Animal Control and Sheriff's Office. They stole my Arab stallion Rafi 3 times and starved him to death at Coal Creek Equestrian. And 4 to 5 foals are missing from the field. My shipper was coming to get us out of here, away from these people causing harm to my horses, killing my horses, and I'm asking that they be returned to me immediately so my shipper can come and get them out of here so we can go home.
Okay, thank you. Are you complete with your public expression?
Well, I'm giving you something to read, and I'm writing my phone number down, so do I hand this to her?
Yes.
Okay, I need to write my phone number down on all these pages.
Okay, thank you very much. And you can do that. You can do that and then turn it into the clerk.
Okay, thank you. Also, I think the county, you guys need to get together with me and talk to me about my horses. I'm their breeder, owner. I bred them to establish a state stud overseas in my father's homeland because there was too much crime here. And there was a mob incited against me and my horses by my ex-horse doctor's office secretary, Ronnie McFadden. And the animal control was working in collusion with them with their false reports. But I'm asking to have a meeting with you guys so we can work this out because this is a mess and I don't want any more harm to my horses. I need to get them away from Northern California, please. Several of my horses have died because of the actions of this county. I'm sorry. I'll write this down and I'll give you the pages.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question.
Anyone else for public
I have a
expression?
question for staff. Is this the same
Sure.
case where the county is spending $50,000 of taxpayers' dollars to warehouse these horses? And if so, I think remember, the public should know the public is paying $50,000.
We're not going to get in, please. We're not going to get into debate. This is public expression. Thank you, ma'am, for your comment. Please, ma'am.
You did that to yourselves.
Ma'am, please. Thank you.
This is a question for staff.
Through the chair, do you want me to respond?
Yes.
So, yes, and we also have Mr. Eister here. We did just recently get the order we needed through the criminal court, and so we anticipate that we will be able to stop paying monies out soon.
Yeah, return them to me. You're going to put them in bad hands.
Please, ma'am. Any other public expression? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll again go forward to agenda item number 4, which is a consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay. Board members, Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, I'd like to pull 4G for comment.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was that only to make a comment, or do you want separate discussion and separate vote?
It was just to make a comment.
Okay.
Yeah,
Through the chair.
that's what he said. Do you have an item, sir?
No, but with that, I would move approval of the consent calendar.
But this is only for comment. Shouldn't we listen to G?
Well, once we have a motion, anyone can comment to the motion.
Okay, there's been a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All righty. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I appreciate the Human Resources Department reaching out to me and providing me some detail and background for why this is a retroactive agreement, and I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All righty. Public comment to the consent calendar, please come forward. Seeing no one. Gentlemen, we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 5A, discussion and possible action regarding an update to the Board of Supervisors from the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee on progress since the January 8th, 2019 update. Executive Office is the sponsor, and who will be introducing this item? We have Tammy Moss-Chandler.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tammy Moss-Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. Janine Miller, our Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Director, is out today, so I'm sitting in on this item in her place, along with Chairman this year of the Measure B Committee, Ace Barish, and Janelle Rao is here from the Executive Office to answer any technical questions about competitive procurement processes. So I think we're going to start with Dr. Barish introducing a few items from the Measure B Committee meeting.
And thank you. And Doctor, I'm sorry, the screen had blocked you, so I didn't see who was there. Thank you very much. Go forward.
So first, a recap of the meeting that we had on the January 23rd. We elected Donna Muschetti as the vice chair.
Doctor,
yes.
The clerk has asked you restate your name for the record, sir.
Oh, my name is Dr. Ace Barish.
Thank you.
We received a fund balance report from the auditor. The balance is currently at $4,516,000, $265. County Council was in attendance and provided clarification regarding potential utilization of the Old Howard Hospital as a psychiatric health facility, or PUF, the legal ability of the county to spend Measure B funds on building and or improving facilities not owned by the county, conditions in which Measure B funds can be used for construction of facilities without paying prevailing wages, whether design contractor can also be build contractor, and county procurement procedures. The committee voted to accept the Kemper report as a guideline for the committee to make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on program priorities and funding. Additionally, each member noted what their priorities were. The top two noted were the psychiatric health facility unit and crisis stabilization, crisis residential, crisis access facility. The committee discussed discussed an RFP for a biddable design of a combined residential crisis stabilization and crisis access facility. That should also be crisis stabilization. The committee voted to recommend to the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors to explore utilizing Measure B funds for the development of a crisis stabilization and crisis residential facility and a 24-hour psychiatric facility. Further, that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to research options associated with such facility, including design, bid, build, and potential property or facility locations.
Thank you. Supervisors, questions?
Could you repeat
Comments?
could you repeat the fund balance? You read it kind of quickly.
Fund balance as of the meeting was $4,516,255.
So 4.5 million? Is that what you
Yes.
just said? Okay, right. And that was as of the meeting, which was in the month of January?
January 23rd.
Okay, all right.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, so thank you for your report, Dr. Barish. And what I understand is that you're bringing forth these 3 proposals about the crisis stabilization unit, the crisis residential treatment facility, and also the what's known as a PUF, right?
Supervisor, we also have this on the next item as well, to be,
Right.
I think, for that discussion.
So I was just, my question is there any prioritization within those 3?
I think that's our next item,
Oh,
Supervisor.
okay.
So this would be, you know, the update, questions about the committee's actions, et cetera. But I think that is further discussion on the next one. This is just a update.
Okay. You ask for questions. So.
I'm sorry. Anyone from the public, would you like to comment? Please come forward. Seeing no one, then we'll move on. I don't believe it's an update. County Council?
Sorry, thank you, Chair Brown. So one of the things this board asked of me is to also tell this board the time that I've spent. So I don't have an update now. What I was going to do was include those through the CEO's report in the next one, so that way you're following. So,
But not an update today in the CEO's report.
correct, and that's because I was out last week. So.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, question for County Council. Is the arrangement we have working, or do you still suggest outside counsel to answer some of the committee's questions?
So, and just to comment on that, what I did do was make sure that the Mental Health Advisory Committee knew that this board was supportive of having me be there, that we were not billing this to the to Measure B funds. And with Supervisor McGowan's reminder, also let them know about the fact that this board was willing to work with outside counsel if need be for the things as they are going. For what we've done so far, no, but I do anticipate when we get into the specifics in terms of the building and all of the state licensing and such, that yes, that would probably be very helpful.
Do you have any further? Thank you, Supervisor. So thank you very much for the update, and we will be moving on to agenda item 5B, and that's discussion and possible action regarding the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee's recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to pursue options associated with constructing or acquiring a crisis residential unit, crisis treatment unit, or 24-hour psychiatric health facility utilizing Measure B funds. The Executive Office and HHSA are the sponsors on behalf of the Citizens Oversight Committee. Will you be introducing the item then?
Thank you,
forward,
Chair
please.
Brown. Tammy Moss-Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. So I'll provide just a brief overview of this item. You have in your agenda packet the agenda summary that was provided to the Measure B committee and some of the background information that was part of their discussion that day. Certainly there was robust discussion about all 3 of these facility needs in Mendocino County. And all 3 of these actually were in the top 3 recommendations in the Kemper report. I'll just say in prefacing this that there are certainly, in the discussion even that day at Measure B, there's not unanimous support about which single one is the top one. But I think what the Measure B committee has been exploring is that there are funds that potentially could be utilized together to achieve all 3 of these, and all 3 of these are the top 3 priorities of the Measure B committee to explore and pursue. So they're bringing this to you today so that your board could provide direction to move forward on exploring how to go about building and accomplishing all three of these needs within Mendocino County.
Thank you. Do we have further comment, Doctor?
My own visualization of priorities are that I think all three of these could go forward at once, and partly because particularly the psychiatric health facility or psychiatric hospital, could be either, will take a long time in deliberation for many reasons. And I think that the crisis residential and crisis stabilization units can move much more quickly.
Okay, thank you. Board members, this is when we can go forward with the type of question. Supervisor
I think
Haschak.
Supervisor Williams was.
Oh, okay, sorry, didn't see it.
Yeah, I would like to
Williams.
hear from the committee as to a timeline for incorporating some sort of facility on the coast into the plan. Will that be coming at a recommendation at the same time, or is that set for a later date?
I'll take that initially. So I think the exact location of facilities is not something that has been identified yet. Possibilities have been discussed, and that would be part of the procurement and expansion process to look at what is possible and to research that on where would be the best location for these types of facilities and how they would be part of a countywide system to support people.
If I may continue.
Yes.
So I can see the idea of a coast facility, especially for the South Coast, given the distance to the 101 corridor, is important to a lot of those rural residents. And if we look at the best location for these treatment centers, likely it'll be Ukiah-centric. It'll be somewhere closer to the 101 corridor. I would like to consider the more remote parts of the county at the same time, so that we don't get into a situation where we've moved forward and we don't have enough funds for that satellite facility need.
I completely agree with you, and just rest assured that there is representation of the coast on the committee, namely Mr. Myrtle, who keeps that in front of our eyes, that it is important, and I completely agree that it is important. I think that the first consideration is where the majority of patients will be, but definitely because of the remote nature of the coast, that's also within our sights, and I appreciate your bringing it up.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah. I guess my question is for staff we've heard of Dr. Barish saying that he recommends pursuing all three facilities at the same time. And is that feasible for staff to do, or would it be better to pursue one or two at the beginning and then later on pursue the other?
Chair Brown, I see Supervisor Haschak looking at me, so I certainly could answer this question. I think that what we have to look at it is what the direction or the recommendation from Measure B was, which was to look at all three services, facilities, services, whatever we choose to call them. And our goal is, should the board give direction to staff to really research the options, then what we would do is come back with the timelines that we would get from whatever subject matter experts respond to a request for information or a request for proposal. So my answer to you is, as of today, none of us, whether it's the committee, whether it's staff, we don't really know what the time frame will be. I believe that what Dr. Barish is saying is that to build a 24-hour psychiatric facility with the approval of the state and having to deal with the state on getting this facility ready and open most likely would take longer than a residential treatment center or a crisis stabilization unit. So the goal would be the direction of the committee to look at all three. Our goal would be to do just that, to put out an RFP for information on 3 separate statements of work so that an entity could apply for all 3 or just one of them. Once we have that information, which speaks to cost, to the amount of time to build, and to the effort to build, then we would take that information back to this board and to the Measure B committee and go from there. So long answer to a short question. The answer is today we don't know. We could only anticipate that to build a 24-hour psychiatric facility would take much more time and labor rather than the other 2 services. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, just to follow up, thank you, Chair. So if we say go forth and find this information out about what the process would be and what we need to be looking at, then if you found out that in a month or 2 months that we have information about the crisis stabilization unit and the crisis residential treatment center, and we got that very quickly, then you'd bring that back to the board and we could theoretically act upon it.
Chair Brown, if I may respond. The answer to that is yes. And I believe, I do believe, though, that based on what the committee has discussed and certainly what this board has discussed, you know, there is a concern that we will have enough money, even though we know that Measure B will be over 30 million, certainly substantially more, that there is enough money for all of the services that are needed to shore up the system. So any information that we get will come to this board once we get it, and then I'm sure it will go to Measure B. So you won't have to wait. If you're wondering if you're going to have to wait 6 or 12 months for information, absolutely not. Once we have information, this board and the Measure B committee will have information.
Thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, I want to compliment Jan McGordy for pulling together some of the key points in the Kemper report, and she's put paginated pages, I guess 41 through 46, which gets to sort of bullet points. And one of the things, when she's sort of summarizing the crisis, or Kemper is summarizing crisis stabilization unit, crisis residential treatment. Under crisis stabilization, it says currently it's up to 24 hours, but there is legislation pending for up to 72 hours. And do we have any forecast on that? Because that does seem that it would be that much more valuable to family members if their family member could be placed in a crisis stabilization unit for up to 72 hours as opposed to just 24 hours.
Tammy Moss Chandler, through the chair. Supervisor Jody, the current status of that legislation is still pending, but there certainly is a statewide advocacy around this concern of how long crisis stabilization unit regulations are at this point, and we're actively working on that as a statewide body.
So just to follow up to that, so if at some point we know that a crisis stabilization unit could house someone for up to 72 hours, would that factor in the decision-making process as to whether or not the county opens up a crisis stabilization unit in an area outside of Ukiah versus a crisis residential treatment? Is that a big enough difference going from 24 hours to 72 hours that it would lead the county to say, okay, therefore there's enough clients could be taken care of with the 72 hours and won't probably need the up to 3 months facility?
If I may, through the chair, I don't think we have any evidence in our system or even statewide that the shift from 24 hours to 72 hours would alleviate the need for crisis residential treatment.
So I was saying outside of Ukiah. So I'm saying assuming there was a crisis residential treatment in Ukiah.
We would have to do further analysis.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is quite a bit of documentation provided with the item regarding past items. Over 3 years ago, the county was awarded and accepted a grant to provide crisis residential services. Land has been purchased to be able to construct a facility there. The county has entered into agreements with Redwood Community Services. So I think that's kind of a starting place. I'm not saying that's the only option. It certainly is a viable option that I think we could direct staff to look into and assess the status of that location and the agreements and what more is needed to be done. And I think I picked up from reviewing the material, although we have released funding to purchase the property, we haven't yet been reimbursed by the state. Is that accurate? And that would only happen after we actually move forward and construct a facility?
Tammy Moss Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services, to answer Supervisor McCown's question through the chair. So we are actively working in the Health and Human Services Agency with Redwood Community Services. You are correct that we have not been reimbursed through the grant because the funding to secure the building of that building has not been procured as originally intended when that agreement was established in 2017. So those attempts for additional funding have failed, and we're currently working with County Council, the Executive Office, and with Redwood Community Services on the disposition of that property and what to do with that land.
Well, but that could be the site of a crisis stabilization, crisis residential.
That certainly could be a site for crisis residential, crisis stabilization, a psychiatric health facility, and any number of other opportunities.
So then that would be another, and thank you, and so that would be another part of the direction we could give, is to also assess that site. Is it viable to have all three facilities at that same location? Because I think, you know, and thank you to the Measure B Citizens Oversight Committee, but I think we've been at this for about a year now, and it seems like some things are kind of crystallizing. We do have the Kemper report, and the recommendations there are primarily for crisis residential, crisis stabilization, psychiatric health facility. I think that's kind of the impetus of the Jan McGordy summation of the different recommendations from Kemper. That's the essence of the motion in front of us, is to start moving forward on developing all three of these facilities if we can. So again, I think the quickest way forward to actually see facilities constructed would be to direct staff to investigate the site that's already that is already controlled and has been designated for at least some of these services. And then if that's not viable for whatever reason, or the details can't be worked out with RCS, they could look further. The other point that I fully support, of attempting to have services in remote areas, I think that can be done. It probably wouldn't be a crisis residential. The bulk of cases do occur inland, over 50% in the Ukiah area. But I think you could have crisis stabilization. Potentially you could have a facility on the South Coast, potentially Fort Bragg, potentially Covelo. So I think we could direct staff to explore options for that as well.
We'll move on to public comment. Anyone from the public that wants to speak, and I see our sheriff coming forward. Please restate your name for the record, sir.
Good morning, Mendocino County Sheriff Tom Allen. As a person who personally collected over 4,000 signatures for Measure AG, which is prior to Measure B, let me clearly say, I know that the citizens want a psychiatric health facility as something that's going to prevent their loved ones from being taken out of our county for 72 hours, and that's where we're spending a good portion of money. Not the bulk, but a good portion of money. And I certainly don't disagree with what's being presented. I don't disagree with the Kemper report. But as we go down this road, to the five of you, I'm going to ask you something. Will you please ask questions as the month goes along or as the weeks go along? We meet, the Measure B Commission meets 2 hours a month. That's it. And the questions you're asking are questions that are stymieing some of the progress, because we want you to know that mental health right now has to be the #1 crisis that our county is facing. And we can't just keep kicking the road down the can when the bank account over there has over $4 million in supervisor jury. That was only through September, because we're about 4 months behind from the state giving us the money. So we're getting between $700,000 and $900,000 a month from the sales tax. And we are on the way to get a solution. But to the 5 of you, let me say something that isn't comfortable. You have to make a decision. You have to, in your heart, make a decision and say, this is what the county needs, and talk to your constituents. I talk to your constituents every week. I know what we need, but that's just a silly old sheriff's opinion, okay? I'm asking you, talk to your constituents, find out from your constituents which ones have had people, family members, 5150 and taken out of the county. Ask them what they want. And you're going to find out that we certainly need crisis residential and crisis stabilization, no question about it. But we need a psychiatric health facility. It's going to allow our emergency rooms to have many more empty beds. It's going to allow law enforcement to get back on the street as quick as possible. And it's going to allow a better service and quality of care for the patients and for the family members and for the community. Thank you very much.
Any other comment from the public? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Mika Ferretta. I'm on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And I just actually want to thank the Caltrans for keeping the road open. It took me an hour and a half to get here from the Bonneville Springs. So I'm going to stay for a while till the sun comes out and everything melts.
Don't blame you.
Yeah, it was an intense drive. But what I want to say is I've been on the Behavioral Health Board for a year now, and I can follow conversations that our experts have with us, but I have yet to fully create a coherent understanding without their help. If it was not for Janine Miller, Camille Schrader, and Sheriff Allman, I would not even begin to understand the over 90 acronyms alone in our handbook. It is not uncommon to hear a conversation that goes something like this from our behavioral health experts. Well, if you look at the data dashboard, you can see the FSPs served for the year by RQMC is 145. What does this mean? Or you may hear, but what you need to remember is that MSH funds, realignment dollars, and Medicare, which is a 50% FFP, are not just given to the county, you need to draw them down. And my favorite is the SMI clients that end up at the MCHC after being picked up by the MCSO and are enrolled in the behavioral health court will lose their beds if they are not in by 8 p.m. And oh, this was before we included the 3 more acronyms, CSU, CRT, and PHF. So my strategy on the Behavioral Health Board and while watching the Measure B meetings has been to listen to the experts. And over time, they keep saying the same few things. So let me paraphrase what I think I keep hearing. Janine Miller basically says it's costly, and oh so hard to find placement out of county for clients in crisis. Camille Schrader says, we have a plan, we have some land, and we have a solution to support clients in crisis, and what more can I give you to prove this? And then, as you heard Sheriff Allman say, of course, can we please move forward with something? We have a responsibility to Measure B voters to build a mental health facility. So from my observation, I have 3 personal recommendations for starting to use Measure B funds. First, support your experts in behavioral health by collaborating with them when giving board directions. They have a good working relationship with each other and contracts in place. And 2, start looking into how the Orchard Street project could be utilized for CSU or CRT. And 3, find a location to build any further crisis services where residents want it. Please don't push for a location that changes the conversation from the positive intentions of the voters of Measure B that were, yes, we support crisis services, to a more problematic conversation, yes, but not here. I want to thank the board and staff for the hard work they will be doing as we move towards a collaborative effort in spending Measure B money wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mika.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Dan Anderson with Redwood Community Services. I just wanted to actually echo and support both the report from the Measure B Committee by Dr. Barish and acknowledge Sheriff Allman's both work in making this possible with the initiative and his comments about the needs of our residents. Our Redwood Community Services probably is, actually I was thinking as we're coming over how many hours we've put along with the county in researching and figuring out how to increase our continuum of care. We've been to many facilities, hospitals, CSUs, CRTs, along with county representatives and behavioral health, excuse me, behavioral health advisory board members. We've spent hours researching regulations. We've talked with our local health hospitals about coordinating the care with the emergency rooms. We've talked with our community constituents. We have been running the crisis services for the last 3 years here in the county, and we're working with our clients every day in terms of how do we support them, their families, and the community in addressing these mental health needs. We believe passionately that in our continuum of care, all 3 facilities are needed. A psychiatric facility in the community so that we're not transporting folks to Redding and to Sacramento and to San Francisco and to Marin County. But we also need the CSU, which is the first door that folks come into where we can stabilize, where we can work with them and their families to avoid an inpatient stay. But we also need the crisis residential treatment where folks can step down or they can stay up to 30 days until we can figure out what they need in their homes, in their living situations. How do we connect them to medication support services and ongoing mental health services? We also passionately believe that within the Measure B initiative, there's dollars to do all 3. And I think that's what you're hearing from everybody. I think that's what you're hearing from the Measure B committee, and we agree. And speaking on behalf of RCS and RQMC, we are completely willing to do whatever is necessary, both in terms of the research that we've done to date on this and the design work that's been put together, and in the land itself. So we're completely open to however we need to deal with either the public works requirement or public dollars, or owning, or the design build, whatever that needs to be to move forward. And I agree with Sheriff Allman, we do need to move forward. We've been stuck here for a year. And so I'm grateful for the report from the Measure B committee, Dr. Barish and the team there, and to you. So thank you, appreciate the time.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Please come forward. Seeing no one, it's back to the board. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, just one moment. Do you have more questions or?
No, I was also ready to make a motion.
Okay, Supervisor?
Well, let me make sure I phrase it right. But I move that we direct staff to proceed with researching options associated with the development of the crisis residential unit, crisis treatment unit, and the 24-hour psychiatric health facility utilizing Measure B funds, including design, bid, and/or build and potential properties or facilities locations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Did you want to speak, sir?
I would like to amend the motion.
You'd like to suggest an amendment?
I would like to suggest an amendment. As stated, and if staff is resource constrained, priority be given to the 24-hour psychiatric health facility first.
Maker of the motion, are you willing to amend?
No.
Second?
I support the motion on the floor.
Okay. Ms. Angelo, you wanted to speak?
The only thing with Supervisor Haschek's motion is I believe that he is utilizing the recommended motion And there is a final sentence in that motion that says said options would be presented to the Board of Supervisors at a future meeting for discussion and or direction as appropriate. And I'm assuming that you do want that as part of the motion.
Yes.
Thank you. That was all, Chair Brown.
Okay.
Well,
The
and
second
again,
to the motion, do you agree with that amendment?
yes, I do.
Okay, sir, go forward with your comment.
And, you know, I think the motion on the floor is the most flexible, that allows staff to do the appropriate review of all three facilities. So, and, well, and to the point, I hope we don't hear that we don't have the staff time or resources to fulfill all parts of the motion, because I think that was the point. If there's a constraint on staff time, prioritize the psychiatric health facility. So I think we're about to hear assurances that staff will prioritize every aspect of the motion.
Okay, Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I appreciate that amendment, but at the same time, what I'm hearing is that all three are potential projects, and that we can work on all three of them. And I'd like to see whatever happens first. And it certainly sounds like maybe the CRT and the CSU might be the easier ones to present the options up front to the board. And I'd like to see those come back as quickly as possible. And so that's why I was against that amendment.
Okay. Ms. Angelo.
Thank you, Chair Brown. In response to Supervisor McCowan's comments and questions, I can say that as an example, we have not built or had major construction projects for the last 12 years, and that has obviously been because of finances and the economic downturn. The most recent construction project that this county is working on is the grant that we received to build the psychiatric unit to the jail. That right now I believe is about a $27 million project. We have had an architect. We are going to have a construction project manager. There will be multiple consultants, because when you have a project that's $27 million, honestly, staff that already are working on projects will not do the project justice to just pick up a $27 million project on top of everything else. This is 3 different services, possibly 3 different buildings or 1 large building, whatever this comes out to be, I don't know. I can say that we do not have the skill sets on our staff with our 1,200 people to move forward with this project. So where we are today is we have our staff that do purchasing and contracting who are beginning this process. But I believe that we, county staff, will need to go back to the Measure B committee, which had already decided that they would hire a project manager, and that should the Measure B committee agree, that we would be hiring staff to move these projects forward under the direction of county staff. There's no way we can do 3 major construction projects with the existing staff we have. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, based on those comments, and again, I think the motion on the floor is the appropriate one, but it appears that we will need to go back to the Measure B committee and ask them to request that we authorize funding to investigate what is required in this motion, because we're being told staff doesn't currently have the resources. So I think in addition to the motion, we would be suggesting an amendment, an agenda item back to the Measure B committee, because I think they need to make recommendations of how money gets spent before we can authorize spending it, is my understanding.
Ms. Angelo.
Supervisor McCowan is right. Just as we did the Kemper report, this board didn't make the decision to do the Kemper report without the Measure B committee stating that this is what they wanted and that that was a good use of the funds. It would be the same thing. But I will say, whether we do one major construction project or 3 major construction projects, we will need a construction project manager. And I believe that the Measure B committee is well aware of that, and that will be the discussion at the next meeting.
Thank you. And Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I just agree. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what Supervisor McCowan said, and let's, with giving direction to the Measure B committee to provide that kind of guidance to us to pursue this extra help.
Do we need that in the motion?
No.
No.
So you do have where we are on the motion, and I'm going to have you reread it. Ms. Angelo?
Chair Brown, just one final comment, and I realize what a big decision this is on the part of the board, and all the comments that have been made by Dr. Barish and our sheriff, who's been instrumental in getting us to where we are today. I just want to reiterate that the Measure B committee felt that it was important that all 3 services, crisis stabilization, crisis residential, and the 24-hour psychiatric facility, that all 3 be researched, evaluated, and that information brought to this board and to the Measure B committee. So honestly, I would hate at this time to go against that recommendation. You know, again, whether we hire one project manager to manage all 3 until we get to a point where we know we have the funding and a timeline to actually build all 3, or whether we hire more than that, I would hope that this board would direct us to move forward with all 3.
That's what the motion does.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor McCowan. Supervisor Jurdy?
I just want to say that I think it's important that we support the Measure B committee and their recommendation to move forward in all 3, and I think the motion accomplishes that. Thank you.
I also agree, but I do disagree that this board is sitting on their hands. This is the first substantial agenda item we've had with Measure B recommendations and discussion. So that is how I feel. Maybe others feel differently, but I'm very glad that this is on the agenda today. I think we have an appropriate motion. And with that, please read the motion back.
It is the recommended action with one small change. I'll read it now. It is receive the update regarding the recommendations from the Mental Health Treatment Act Oversight Committee and provide direction to staff to proceed with researching options associated with the development of a crisis residential unit, crisis treatment unit, and 24-hour psychiatric health facility utilizing Measure B funds, including design, bid, and/or build, and potential properties or facilities locations. Said options would be presented to the Board of Supervisors at a future meeting for discussion and/or direction as appropriate.
And you agree that is the motion?
Could you read the 2 crisis facilities once more, please?
It's researching options associated with the development of a crisis residential unit, crisis treatment unit, and 24-hour psychiatric health facility.
And crisis treatment is same as crisis stabilization?
Chair Brown, I believe that is an error, that it should be crisis residential unit, crisis stabilization unit, and 24-hour psychiatric health facility. So that one word could make a difference. It is stabilization.
Okay.
Tammy, do you agree?
So we'll get that fixed. Maker of the motion, do you agree, Supervisor?
I accept that change.
Okay.
Yes.
All righty. Supervisor Jurdy?
A question for the makers of the motion and for staff. The word unit in singular, not plural, and I thought the discussion was that there could be out of this more than one stabilization unit or residential unit. So just want a good clarification. Is that the intent that there would be, from the outset there's only going to be one, or that they're exploring the possibility of more than one?
I think if the maker of the motion agrees, it could be unit or units. You know, I think it's very clear in the Kemper report and with the Measure B committee, and certainly with this board, that services are needed outside of Ukiah as well. So that would be part of the analysis. Thank you.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I agree that we can make that change and add or units, unit or units.
Accept.
Okay. Clerk? Yep. Just want to make sure we all know what we're voting on and everything is clear, so we don't come back a few weeks later and disagree. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Tammy Moss-Chandler. Thank you. Can't see you, but thank you.
And I think it was said earlier, but it's worth saying again, the only reason we're here having this discussion and the funds to implement something is because of Sheriff Allman and his leadership on the issue.
Yes, very much so. And Supervisor Haschak?
And it's also been said, but I'd really like to thank the Measure B committee for their hard work on this.
And that's true too. Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 5C. This item is discussion and possible action regarding an employee agreement in the approximate amount of $203,000 between the County of Mendocino and Dale P. Trigg to serve as the Assistant District Attorney from the date of the Board of Supervisors execution through the period of time that C. David Eister continued in the position of Mendocino County District Attorney. Our District Attorney is the sponsor. Please come forward, sir, and further introduce this item.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, CEO, County Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning and to explain what we do in the DA's office. I'm going to introduce, sitting to my left is Dale Trigg. I'm going to explain who he is as I go into my comments with your permission. I've made some notes, so if I look down and away from you, I apologize, but I want to make sure I cover what I believe to be important. As the Chief Law Enforcement Officer official of Mendocino County, it's necessary that I have a second in command that, one, I can trust, that the law enforcement agencies can trust, that the board can trust, my employees can trust, and the citizens can trust to do effective advocacy both in the courts of Mendocino County, but also to provide effective and timely legal advice as the law enforcement agencies are out on the street. It is not uncommon for me at this point to receive calls at 2 or 3 in the morning asking, how do you want us to proceed on something, or even asking me to respond to a crime scene. The assistant DA in the DA's office is not like any other employee in the DA's office. He works at my leisure. He can be terminated at will without cause. He won't have civil service protection, and his term of office is only as long as I'm the elected district attorney. And so that's different than most. All the other employees have much greater protections. The contract we're proposing is nothing new. This is something we've been working on in the DA's office since January of 2011. The first effort we made when we were working with Assistant District Attorney Paul Sequeira was not as effective. We had some institutional issues we had to get around. We did not get it done timely, and eventually we lost him to Solano County, where he is currently making $70,000 more per year to do less than he was doing here. Learning from those lessons, we had a contract for Assistant District Attorney Rick Welsh that was much more smooth thanks to County Council, CEO, and of course the board. That was almost 3 years ago. The individual I've introduced to you, Mr. Trigg, is highly qualified. He has well-rounded experience and established a track record of success. Beyond just being the former elected district attorney of Delnor County, he's been a judge in Montana in his career. He's done criminal and civil litigation, both in California, and he's been especially a civil litigator in Missouri. I'm very aware that there was at least 2 other counties that he could have gone to at a higher pay. He came and talked to us. Our reputation has grown in the statewide circles. He has met us before at conferences. He kind of liked what we were doing here and wanted to be part of that team. He also had discussions with his wife, and they decided Mendocino was a great place for them to raise their 2 daughters and 1 son. I can't disagree with those things. What you see on your agenda is a contract with a base salary of $135,000. The differential you see between the number on your agenda and the contract is the pre-calculated, pre-approved benefits that full-time employees of Mendocino County get. Those are things that are not in my control. The apples to apples comparison to the former board-approved contract and this contract is a differential of $833 per month gross, meaning pre-tax, over the prior contract that was done almost 3 years ago. I could talk with the board about equities and inequities in other compensation packages that have been recently reviewed and or approved by the board. I'm not going to do that. I want to point out that the employment that Mr. Trigg is willing to undertake here is different than what you'll see in many other places. He's on 24/7 call. He will be helping with search warrants, as I said. He will be providing on the spur of the moment legal advice. He's already been in trial in Mendocino County courts. In some places, the assistant district attorney and the district attorney don't do court work. He'll have a full caseload, as well as mentoring young attorneys. You will see him on weekends, because he's there on weekends working. You will see him in the evenings, because he's there discussing with me and working on cases. He doesn't get paid overtime like some employees does for that time. He does it because public safety is his passion, and he understands what needs to be done to get our cases done. We're also getting a double benefit with Mr. Trigg. He is an experienced sexual assault prosecutor, a person that has handled those cases well in the past. That is a hard position to fill. And it's very difficult to find someone with that experience that's willing to come at the salaries we pay in Mendocino County and do that job, because it's taxing on your whole being dealing with those sort of victims and cases. Very, very difficult facts to have to deal with. Never before in the history of Mendocino County, and I'm going back to William Neely Johnson, the first DA in 1859, has there been an elected DA in Mendocino County and a former elected district attorney working in the same office at the same time with the same goals. And I've had long talks with Mr. Trigg about how he interacts with my policies that the County of Mendocino likes, and he's a good fit in my opinion. Finally, I'm not here also to ask this board to supplement my budget by $833 a month. That money is already in my budget. It's already available. It's ready to go. So we're not asking for additional money to make this happen. I'd be happy to answer any questions this board may have.
Thank you, DA. Supervisor Haschak.
Yes. Thank you for that presentation, and certainly Mr. Trigg sounds like he's very qualified, and we're very happy to have him and his family in Mendocino County. One question I have as far as the human resources is that, is this a position that is on the human resources salary schedule? Is there a salary schedule for this, or do we have to do it by contract?
This is by contract. It doesn't have to be, as was explained previously, but it is.
It's evolved over time. Before you took your office, Supervisor, there was an assistant, but certain variables came into play with prior employees where it was decided that it would be difficult, for example, to have an assistant DA be the assistant DA, and say I go out of office and someone come in, and that person can't choose their assistant DA. That their number 2 person is there because of protections in the employment circle. So we decided to formalize it, move positions around through human resources, and make this a contract position. That was what was underway in the original series of contract moves, somewhere around 2011, 12, 13, right in that area.
Okay, thank you. And if I could ask another question,
yes,
please,
sir.
Madam Chair. So when I went back and looked at the previous contract for Mr. Welsh, and that was from June 6, 2016, that contract was for, I believe, $115,000 base salary and total compensation of $173,845. And so what I see is this contract, and this is certainly nothing personal, but this contract goes up to $135 base salary, so an increase of $20,000 in 2.5 years, which is about a 7% increase per year. And the total compensation is $203,000, so, and that's also a 7% over the total compensation of the $173,000. So I'm just looking at that, and we've seen these individuals come up for approval for increases before I got on the board, and certainly when I was on the campaign trail, people were talking to me about that, and that's one of the reasons why I wasn't taking what the supervisors gave themselves as a salary. And so I just have a hard time when I see that the line workers aren't getting that increase, and hopefully we'll have this study done this spring where we can give the line workers a 7% increase and maybe make it retroactive or whatever. But I don't see that happening to the line workers, and so I cannot go along with what's happening in this individual case.
Well, Supervisor, let me explain something about line workers. Some of them haven't been to college for 4 years. Some of them haven't been to law school for 3 years. Some of them don't have to have passed a very rigorous bar exam. Some of them don't have the debt that is covered from attending all those schools. And I have young attorneys that have over $100,000 in debt just from attending law school and getting to the point where they can apply to do this job. So they don't have the continuing education mandates that are put on Mr. Trigg, myself, my other attorneys through the state bar. And I could go on and on regarding that. You get what you pay for. And if we are in competition with 57 other counties, and to have someone willing to bring his family here is, one, fantastic, but two, I hate to lose quality people to other counties because we're worried about apples and oranges. Because comparing a assistant district attorney position to a line worker is a very difficult comparison to make.
And you stated that it is in your budget already.
It's already there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan.
Follow-up?
Well,
follow-up?
Yes. Can I?
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I understand the whole issue about, the great educational experience and all that's required of that job, and the debt, student loan debts, and I've seen that in the teaching profession certainly. But I also see people who are working hard and are getting subsistence wages, and as a county, we're losing a lot of those people too. So I would just like to see everyone's boat being risen by this tide.
You're not going to get an argument from me on that, Supervisor. Okay. I have turnover. I have young attorneys that go down 50 miles to Santa Rosa and make $20,000 more a year no matter what position they take. I have an attorney that's in Santa Rosa right now that was doing murders here, who's doing low-level drug cases and making incredible amounts of money. He lives in Ukiah. but the commute is worth it to him. So I understand what you're saying, but the bottom line is that you folks control the salaries. The budget controls the salaries. The economy controls the salaries, but you don't want the low-priced doctor working on you. Don't you want the best? And what I'm coming with you is I'm proposing an extremely qualified assistant DA. I would be in great comfort if I was unavailable to come to work, knowing that Mr. Trigg was available to make the decisions in my absence. And I would think that every member of this board, including the CEO and county council, would have great confidence that he would be able to carry the important load. Remember, job one of the Board of Supervisors is public safety, whether it be fire departments, whether it be law enforcement. But remember, in law enforcement, the sheriff starts, I have to finish it. And if you need a finisher, he's sitting to my left.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the significant background of Mr. Trigg, I would assume he would bring some specialized prosecutorial abilities to the position that we might not otherwise have. Especially I mentioned the adult sexual assault. That is a very difficult caseload to handle and to be successful at. It is tolling on a person's being to see the harm that's been caused to, say, young children, and then to go after it. And children are not always the best witnesses. And so to be able to get them to testify effectively in a court takes a special skill. Mr. Trigg has that skill. And it's not just children, it's adult. He handles rape cases. Those are difficult cases, they're emotional cases, but he has a way to deal with these victims that is fantastic to see. He also has the civil litigation. Remember, my office also has the issues of asset forfeiture, which is civil litigation, and some other things. And so to have someone who has practiced in the civil arena, I've done that. Mr. Trigg's done that, but not a lot of my other attorneys have. You know, they're young. I have a young group of people. And I guess what I find most comforting is the mentoring that I've seen him do with the young attorneys, explaining to them how things are done and the likes. Not everyone has that bedside manner, and it's an important skill that he has. So, Supervisor McCowan, I could go on for more. He has a very, you know, how often do you get a former judge to come in also? I mean, how often do you get a former elected DA to come in? These are once in my lifetime occurrences, and the opportunity is now.
Supervisor, go ahead.
Well,
you had something
Well,
else.
I just comment, and you know, I think we should hear from public comment and then get to a motion, but or our board discussion. But I think it'd be incredibly penny wise and pound foolish for $833 a month to deny the district attorney his choice of an eminently well-qualified individual who will enhance public safety in Mendocino County. He's willing to move his family here. He's going to be very intent on helping keep the streets safe and the bad guys where they belong.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I'm not aware that your office has contracted with outside attorneys on a regular basis, but my question is, if a district attorney's office, for example, did not have the expertise in-house to handle the wide variety of cases that the district attorney's office handles, would a district attorney then be compelled to then hire outside counsel at a cost to the taxpayers?
You would not like to see that contract. The answer is yes. And the folks that come in and do these things, you know, there are former elected DAs that come into counties and do that sort of work, and their contracts are far greater, their market rate. So when you hire attorneys from law firms down the city and the likes, you're paying market rate. That's what those contracts are for. Mr. Trigg is not being paid market rate.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I support the motion as.
There's
I'm sorry,
no motion yet.
I support the recommended motion as written. I think it's within budget, and we should let our elected district attorney choose his assistant.
Thank you, Supervisor, and we're going to go to public comment because we cannot go forward without having public comment.
May I stay up front?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public that would like to comment, please come forward. Seeing no one, we move along on our agenda. Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, just the numbers, is the $833. If I'm reading it right, and there's a $20,000 increase, maybe you're looking at that $833 as each pay period for twice a month. So I don't see how you get $20,000, 12 times 833 does not come in.
There were increases that the other assistant got increases through the county system.
Okay, and I said that I'd vote no on this, and I still hold to that. But I'd certainly, if this increase were not approved, then I'd certainly look at coming back to it as soon as other bargaining or people from other bargaining units were taken care of. So.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Well, and I would say that currently, I believe all of our bargaining units have a contract in place, and those are going to be coming up. We are going to be reviewing them, and we are going to be doing whatever we can to try and close the gap within the limits of available resources. So, I don't think there's any disagreement with the sentiments you've expressed and the district attorney has supported, but it all has to be done in the context of the available resources. I think one thing for the future, and I'll be quick here, but the title is misleading. You first look at it, you think, oh my God, they're paying this guy $200,000. So maybe in the future these things can be phrased with a base salary of and a total compensation estimated at. And I think it'd present a clearer picture of what's happening. That said, I'll move the recommended action.
Supervisor. Okay. Any comment to the motion?
I'll just say that on average in the county budget, if you were to look at it, benefits actually cost the county 70 cents on the dollar. So at 50 cents on the dollar, this is a bargain.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay. Yes, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Haschak dissenting.
And DA Eister, I always want to thank you because you do stay inside your budget. That's greatly appreciated.
We try to, Chair. We get good help from the CEO's office, and we do appreciate the support this board has shown my office over the years. One thing I want to point out is that this board is rightly concerned with metrics, and I want to be very clear. Visit the DA's website. We have the best metrics of any county office or department, and we have the best metrics of any DA's office in the entire state. So your push for metrics, we're with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Righty. Moving on. We're on agenda item 6A, discussion and possible action, including approval of formation of an ad hoc committee regarding fire and emergency medical services sustainability, consisting of Supervisors Williams and McCowan. Gentlemen, you are the sponsors. Who's going to introduce the item?
So the idea of this committee is to look at sustainability across the entire county, not just in the rural areas, although we may put more emphasis there because in a lot of rural parts of the county, fire and EMS are breaking at the seams. Our volunteer model needs to be bolstered, and the entire county has a problem with ambulance availability. And there's a lot of frustration that's grown out of it. For years, we've been talking about the EOA on the inland area. And so I think this is an umbrella committee to do the fact-finding, gather the data, bring back some possible options for the board to consider.
Great. Thank you. Further comments, Supervisor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that I would welcome the opportunity to serve with Supervisor Williams.
Board comment, and Supervisor Jurdy.
I think it's important that we have this ad hoc committee in a sense in a new form. We've had variations of this committee every year now for probably 3 years. And it's good that we have this because of the ongoing relationship with the fire emergency response and their needs in the county. I had a recent conversation with someone, longstanding Piercy Fire Board member, and comments that I'm sure Admin Supervisor Williams is familiar with, which is, I guess, some initial costs that they're incurring, which I assume other fire departments are incurring this year because of CAL FIRE switching out to, or the state standards shifting for the air packs, and so they're going to have a one-time expense of buying some new air packs, and they can't use old air packs. You know, some of the smaller departments have sometimes used hand-me-down air packs and other equipment from other departments, but apparently that might not be possible this year because of some change beyond their control. So that was an issue that I wanted to pass on to the committee. And then also the fact that some of the departments, some of the districts have relatively modest district boundaries. And I've never been on LAFCO. I know Supervisor McCallum's been on LAFCO for many years, and he's probably more familiar with this than I am. But perhaps one thing that the county could be looking at and discussing with the fire departments is some assistance from the county in helping them maybe carry the costs of having an election, because normally the district pays the county elections office for an election. Maybe the county pays for a one-time cost of paying for an election to allow them to go to the voters to expand their district boundaries. There's, again, I don't have the map emblazoned in my mind, but in Piercy and Leggett, it sounds like those two districts, for example, may have relatively small district boundaries that have people who probably should be in their district, which would increase the revenues by a little bit. So that's an example. That could be an issue in other districts throughout the county, and I just wanted to raise those issues.
Supervisor Williams.
I appreciate the points raised, and I would further like to clarify that this committee will also be looking at the insurability aspect of fire, because it poses a large economic impact on the county potentially if we have communities that are no longer insurable. And I think this is happening.
Okay. We'll go forward. Public comment. Anyone that would like to comment on this agenda item, please come forward. Even though we know you, state your name for the record, sir.
Andres Avila, Anderson Valley Fire Chief. Thank you, Chair. Didn't see this until this morning. It was on the agenda. Just wanted to bring it to the attention of both supervisors who brought this to the table. Thank you for bringing it up. This has been a long time coming. We need to have representation in a way to coordinate with the county. I would recommend, if you can, try to have an ad hoc meeting that has scheduled dates. In the past, we've been able to have ad hoc committees that we can't quite rally. We can't quite get a date in the time that we need it. It'd be even better if we can move along with something similar to EMCC, where they have a true standing committee that meets on a regular basis that has a good continuity with the board. We need this. Fire departments are struggling. We're not going to go into the details on it, but both EMS and fire, we need to have a sustainable continuity with you guys, and we need to fix the direction that we're heading. You can't say it enough. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public, please come forward. Seeing no one, it is back to the board. I'm looking for a motion, gentlemen.
I'll happy to move the recommended motion.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Right. Any comment to the motion? Supervisor McCallum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the suggestion of Chief Avila, I think we would be open to trying to set some scheduled meetings and publicize those in advance, as well as individual meetings that we might have.
I agree. I see it as a mix. In some cases, we may want to go out to the one or so fire agencies on site to get a tour of what they're working with and talk to their volunteers. And it might not make sense in that case to have a public meeting. We want to get that firsthand look at individual facilities. But I do think there should be some regularly scheduled so that we can bring in as many stakeholders as possible.
And I also want to suggest, and it was somewhat brought up about one of the agencies that we sit on, and that's LAVCO, and the MSR's SOIs that Supervisor McCown and I have gone over through a number of years. And Supervisor Williams, you're now on LAVCO, and I believe they may, I think all of them are on the LAVCO website. Is that correct, Supervisor McCowan?
I believe so.
That those can also be reviewed. So as you go to each one of the departments or groups that you're going to talk with, it might be a good idea that you review the work of the LAVCO MSR SOIs to better understand their situations, because this has been a concern to LAVCO as well, since they're the watchdog for the state agency that does have to review their services and also their spheres of influence. And I know Supervisor Jurdy is usually served on MCOG, so is not served on LAVCO. But it's important. You want to know about each one of these departments, that you can go to the LAVCO website and review those documents. Supervisor Williams.
Absolutely, I'd echo those comments. I also see the work of this committee feeding into LAVCO. They have a very limited budget, and they work hard to produce these reports, but the reports in the area of fire I don't think have been as in-depth as necessary. There's a secondary issue that, having been on the other side, a lot of fire districts are out of compliance due to unfunded state mandates. There's a lot of pride involved. We have people working hard. I mean, we were just hearing about the assistant DA, working 24 hours a day and always being on call. Well, volunteers are doing that for free.
Understand, my husband was there.
And so it's hard for us to critique, and I think it's also hard for them to raise their hand and say, hey, I can't fulfill the job as the state has demanded. But we need to look beyond that, because until we document just how far short we're falling from the compliance standards, until we do that, we're not going to move forward. And then last comment, the Anderson Valley CSD is working on a water and sewer project, and it has the potential to impact fire and providing fire flow, including to a school that doesn't currently have fire flow. And I see this committee filling a need that the CSD may have a review, fire districts have a review, but nobody's really looking at the combined picture of using Prop 1 funds to provide water and fire flows to help with the insurability and the practical aspects of firefighting. I think this is the one place we can pull it all together.
And I thank you for your comments, and I think you learned at LAVCO yesterday the information contained in the MSRs can only be as good as the information supplied. But you've also made a good point for the volunteer fire departments and the volunteer boards that all work very hard to provide this type of service. And sometimes there just isn't enough time on their plate to respond as much as the LAVCO would like them to respond, so you have a complete document that looks at their department. But on the other side of that, it is important, because then we know what's going on with each one of these agencies. And I think that the LAVCO board would appreciate it, as well as all the people being served. So that's my comment. We do have a motion on the floor and a second. It is the recommended motion. Supervisors, we will vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All righty. Yes, clerk, we're going to call for a break. And it'll be approximately 10 minutes. The board will be back. Thank you. Okay, the board is back in session, and we're going to move forward to agenda item 6B, discussion and possible action regarding the State Controller's Office notice of inactive districts and the Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO's, proposed action to initiate the dissolution of the County of Mendocino County Service Area Number 3, CSA 3. All righty, we'll go forward. I didn't know I was the sponsor. I'm teasing. As a representative from this board to LAFCO, and Supervisor McCowan is also a representative, and Supervisor Williams is our alternate. We all three participate, but it came up last November, I believe, a letter from the State Controller's Office asking that we dissolve County Service Area Number 3. And it is somewhat a new state mandate, and I don't have the Senate bill sitting in front of me, but it's important to know that LAFCO delayed any action yesterday at their meeting, waiting for the county to have this on their agenda today. And I want to say that a couple of meetings back, maybe it was the last meeting, when our Department of Transportation director came forward to talk about funding mechanisms, CSA 3 was one of those that he talked about related to roads, and that was part of a county council's opinion, I believe, in 2005. But I think that we should have a good discussion about this, go back to LAFCO. If we decide we want to keep this district, then we will need to give direction to staff, possible ways to do that. We may be talking about a waiver from the State Controller's Office, and in order for us to move forward and keep the CSA 3. Some of the history with that, it was first formed back in the 70s, mid-70s, and it was the boundary lines was that of the Point Arena School District, and I believe it was for ambulance service. And so it was a mechanism for them for the funding. They went another direction, but CSA 3 remained. It was reviewed again, I believe, in 1985 by the Board of Supervisors for some other purpose. Didn't go through, so it has been inactive, hasn't been funded, and I want us to reach some conclusions where we can go back to LAFCO and go forward with a way, whether it is to dissolve it or a way to make it active again. So supervisors, I'm going to open then with comment from each one of you. I believe the agenda item had appropriate, all the appropriate documents relating to this. Supervisor Williams.
I think it's premature for us to allow CSA 3 to be dissolved. This might be one of the vehicles for the fire and EMS sustainability that will come out of the committee. But you know, we have months of fact finding to do before we even begin making those recommendations. I would like to see us direct staff to find the least costly method of keeping CSA 3 in active status. And LAFCO Commissioner McCowan raised an idea of funneling the Prop 172 funds through CSA 3. That may have actually been a proper way to allocate those funds from day one. But that would keep CSA 3 in active status. But I guess I'd like to hear from staff on the least costly, least staff intense method of keeping it active.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I concur with the comments of Supervisor Williams, and another possible way to activate CSA 3 would to also allocate the funding that we annually have been dispersing to support ambulance service in Covelo, Laytonville, and Anderson Valley. Those funds could be allocated to CSA3 and then dispersed from there to the groups. Another point raised is there's no governing board for CSA3. Now, that may or may not be true. But the fact of that may be lost to time unless we could review it through the resolutions, most of which are quite dated. But we could certainly, I believe, direct staff to bring forth an item to appoint the Board of Supervisors as the governing board of CSA3, as well as direction that we will be allocating certain funding to CSA3. So staff could review the viability of those and bring back appropriate agenda items to the board. Meanwhile, requesting of LAFCO that they defer action.
And before calling on Supervisor Jurdy, we're also going to have to research, and maybe it's county council that does this, or our CEO, what is needed in response to LAFCO and the state controller's office before we start going down this road. But to reform a district that encompasses the political boundaries of the county of Mendocino would be very difficult. So I support what you're both saying, but we need to find out now what the process is. How do we get out of this? May I call on Supervisor Jurdy, and then we'll come to you. Supervisor.
On this same subject, in terms of emergency access of roads, and which relates back to the fire emergency services issue, at yesterday's Mendocino Council Governance meeting in the afternoon, Supervisor Hashak and I were on the board. We had a guest, the executive director of the California Transportation Commission, which is kind of unusual to have her at a MCOG meeting. And we brought up the issue that's emerging in rural California in terms of people looking for second access roads in and out. She's heard about this issue obviously in other counties, but it was important for us to raise it. And so we asked her, is there the possibility of a funding mechanism to maintain a private road for emergency access purposes, because traditional road funding sources can't pay for that because it's not a public road. It's on private property and just for emergency. And so she took note of that and said that every year that they have legislative issues that they propose for legislation, most, if not all, of the legislators in recent years have sent staff to look at those and sponsor most of those things, such as CSAC, such as rural community representatives. So it's another possibility of funding. I'm just pointing this out because we were the two at the meeting. There's another possibility of a funding stream to go to perhaps a countywide district if legislation were passed that would provide for some sort of funding for maintenance of second access emergency roads. So it's just one more thing that could be tacked on potentially if we were able to keep this district alive and expand it countywide. This is the first time I've heard reference over the years of Special District 3. I think this is the most I've actually read about it. So I didn't realize it was a South Coast district initially in the 70s, or at least conceived as that. And it's intriguing, the idea that perhaps it could be expanded to be an overlay over the entire county for a specific purpose.
I believe it's already expanded, and I think that's what occurred in '85. But that, again, is in the report that we should get. So anyone else? Or we go to public comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Angelo.
Thank you, Chair Brown.
Apologize.
My only comment is, of course, I attended the LAFCO meeting yesterday, and thank you very much for letting me know and doing that. But where we are is in the interim, as I was waiting to go to LAFCO in hopes that they would not take any action on this until this board met today, is that we do have county council looking at the CSA 3. And so I believe the number one piece of information we need before we move forward with knowing whether we can use this or not, of course, is the legal opinion from county council. And then once we have that, then, I mean, my hope is that that opinion will come back stating that the county can indeed use the CSA 3 for fire and or EMS, and then we could look at moving forward. We do believe, or at least I believe since 1985, as you mentioned, Chair Brown, that the geography of CSA 3 has been expanded. So it would seem that there may be some way that we can use this for funding for fire and EMS. So I just wanted the full board to know that we are waiting on a legal opinion on this.
Okay. County Council, when can we get this? And because I feel it's important, LAVCO will not be meeting again until the first Monday of next month. I would like to have it back on this board agenda for, I guess it would be on the 26th. We need to have that opinion and maybe have it in advance that we can read. So where are we in researching that?
Chair Brown, this came into my office basically as I was going out the door. I will say it's something, and I didn't understand they were the same thing. It was something that I had done some research on a prior occasion when I was looking at the 172 funds and the fact that they ran through area number 3. When I went out the door, I asked my Assistant County Counsel, Christian Curtis, to take a look at this. So he's been doing the research. We just are trying to make sure in terms of what, if it does specifically cover all area codes. We're missing some of the documents that we want to look at in terms of historical, but your timeline of getting this back at the next meeting, what you just suggested, I don't see that would be a problem, and I think we can send that individually to the board members before you come back.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Given the phrasing on the agenda, can we direct staff to take care of this, and if it's possible to make CSA 3 active status, just go ahead with it rather than bringing it back? Only bring it back if we find that there's a hiccup in that process.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's an important enough issue that it should come back and have everything occur openly here. I'm anticipating when we get the opinion from County Council, there will probably be some action we're going to need to take to make sure, assuming County Council's opinion is that we have the ability to activate and retain CSA 3, there's probably going to be some action we're going to need to take to move that forward.
But I also think it's important that, well, this other research is going on to look at the legislation that enacted such correspondence, what to do with inactive special districts, that I believe we're also going to have to do, and it may not be County Council, but we're going to have to find out what it's going to take to turn this around, if we can do that. Is it a waiver? Is it going to the state controller's office and saying, this is a big concern to us? What action can we take to reverse your letter? So that is something I think that we need to do ASAP while the other's being researched. Supervisor Williams.
Are you ready for a motion?
Sure. If I think there's one other comment, we got to go to board or public comment and then come back.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, no action has been taken yet to dissolve CSA 3. The correspondence thus far doesn't have the action of dissolving it. That is before LAFCO. So I think another part of the direction could be to authorize staff to prepare a letter for the chair's signature, possibly, requesting that LAFCO defer action while the county researches reactivation of CSA 3.
But shouldn't that also include State Controller's Office?
If we could direct
with a
staff
CC
we could
to
direct
LAFCO.
staff to work with the chair, and if appropriate,
Okay.
send a letter to the State Controller also.
Okay. So we'll go to public comment, then I'll come back to Supervisor Williams. Public comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, it's back before the board. Supervisor Williams.
I move we direct staff to research the feasibility of reactivating CSA 3 and to provide a letter signed by chair to the state controller and or LAFCO asking for a delay while we determine options.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comment to the motion, gentlemen? No? Okay, we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Next item is a notice public hearing. And it is the discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution authorizing the County of Mendocino to submit an application to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, for Community Development Block Grant, CDBG funds, as we commonly know them, in the amount of $2,140,001 for 3 projects. Number 1, rural community housing development. I guess better put my glasses on. Corporation, that's RCHDC. Public improvements in support of affordable housing. 2, West Company Micro Enterprise Technical Assistance. And 3, Economic Development Finance Corporation, EDFC Planning Technical Assistance, PTA Study. All right, so we're going to move into the public hearing process. Clerk, has there been proper notice established?
I'm going to have to defer to County Council to determine that.
County Council?
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, public notice has been established.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll begin with the staff giving a presentation. And I need to ask, before that moment, has all correspondence and telephone calls been noted and posted?
None received in our office.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go forward with the staff presentation. And I'm not sure which one of you will lead off, but each one of you establish your name for the record when you begin. Thank you.
Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director, Madam Chair, and board members. This is an item, state HCD from time to time puts out NOFAs for CDBG funding, that's Community Development Block Grant. It's a quick process. In November, we were told there's $3 million we could compete to get for the county. Adrian put out a notice, had a public meeting, and we took in 5 projects. We're recommending 3 of those projects be submitted to state HCD to get funding. The first project is by RCHDC. It's public improvements, about $1,420,931 for that to support an affordable housing project. That is a critical one to fund because they need that funding for the offsites. If this is not approved today, they don't have a complete package to submit in March for their tax credits. That's a critical one. The second one is a $500,000 project for the West Company to provide microenterprise technical assistance and consultant to small businesses. And then the last one is a third project is a $75,000 project for planning and technical assistance to study requested by EDFC to comply with the county broadband plan. There's also a minor amount of admin in this proposal that we'll submit to HCD. It's due to them February 26th to the state of California. We'll compete for it. We'll find out in June or July if we won the funding for these projects. Again, it's competitive. We're recommending that the board adopt a resolution authorizing the County of Mendocino to submit an application to HCD for the 2018 NOFA, again, to request amount of funding of the $2,140,001 for the 3 projects I just stated, and we're available to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Well, this may be a statement, but it's also a question. rural communities, small communities, have to compete for this funding, where larger areas automatically get the funding and do not have to compete. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're not an entitlement county. We don't get a specific amount of CDBG funds that you could just budget each year. So we have to compete with other counties for the funding.
Yeah. And that to me is a really big deal. But we find this a lot. I think we looked back at Carl Moyer funding. Because of our clean air, we don't get the money that other areas of the state get, which are huge. We're always finding ourselves as small counties having to compete. I think it was called the Farmers Program, and that was funding to replace engines and motors, pumps. There was a certain amount allocated where you had 21 counties that needed to compete with it. The only reason I'm bringing this up is I appreciate the fact that we try to get into that competition and win that funding to bring back to our county, and I do appreciate that. Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, my understanding for the CDBG funding is that that's really earmarked for this project in Ukiah.
Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director, Madam Chair. Is which one? You mean the RCHDC project or the other?
There's three of them.
There's
sir.
three of them in here.
Well, the first one.
Yeah, that is really to build the public improvements that support the affordable housing project on Orr Street. It's approximately $1,420,000 for those public improvements. That's a condition of their entitlements. That project is fully entitled. They have site control. They have everything they need to submit this tax credit application, which is the major funding that'll complete the construction. What they don't have is they need these off-site improvements, or they can't submit on March 6th is the tax credit application. They, while if we get approval today, we as staff will submit this application to HCD. And then RCHDC, hopefully it's all approved, they will submit this as showing full funding for their project. They just need 9%, it's called 9% tax credits. I've gotten a lot of them in my life, and it's a key funding source.
And to go a little bit further, I think it's every 5 years, the state of California tells us we must build X amount of units for affordable housing, and you need to meet that state mandate. So it has to be in the unincorporated areas of Mendocino County. Now, the other little glitch with that is for most of these projects, you have to have sewer and water. You have to have the infrastructure. And many times we don't find this throughout the rest of the county. So many times it's very difficult to meet all those state mandates. So I hope that further explains it. And for us to get the credit, we can't help a city build them, because then the cities get the credit. We have to do this in the unincorporated area.
Well,
sure,
Madam
go ahead.
Chair. Yeah, just my follow-up question was, are there going to be opportunities to apply for more grants in the future that would be in other areas of the county?
Yes, we are going to be constantly looking all year long at potential applications we can make to HCD or anybody else to help our board priorities and projects that they have for the county. We will always be looking for those. One thing I want to say too, in thanking Adrian for this process, they don't give us much time. A typical process, if we were an entitlement city, you'd have a year to build this budget and decide what you wanted to do, and it ties in with your budgeting process, whereas we just had a month basically to decide to rate them to see which ones would win. So, but to answer your question, yes, we're going to look for projects as you do your budget and you set your goals. Adrian and her staff are going to be looking for funding for all those projects.
Supervisor Williams.
I would be curious to learn how the $500,000 for West and $75,000 for EDFC was originated. Is that as much as we think we can get, or is there? I see that the other numbers, are some odd dollar amount based on estimates.
Thank you, Supervisors. Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services, if I may, through the chair. Those were the dollars amounts requested by those entities during our public meeting in December. So West Company had come forward and asked for $500,000. EDFC had asked for $75,000 specifically to fund their projects.
And I have a follow-up question for staff.
Yes,
sir. How are these projects graded, and does that affect our ability to secure more funding from CDBG in the future? Are there clear milestones in these plans for West and for EDFC so that we can say we had a plan, we received the funding, we applied it, and we were a success? How do we determine if we were a success? And is that our role in this arrangement?
Thank you. Adrienne Thompson again. Partially, yes, there is a planning and building rating for success through quarterly and semi-annual reports. Also, HCD does verify. They like to see, for instance, West Company, when they give money to small businesses, how did those small businesses move on? Did it increase funding? Did future people go through? Did they open their business and maintain for 5 years? That benchmark typically for them is a 5-year procurement for those businesses. The rating on our scale is with our consultant, so it's not exactly how HCD would rate. And our consultant is here if you'd like to hear how he scored those projects in our funding source. We can ask him to come up.
But if I could add, Brent Schultz, Planning Director, HCD is following HUD. These are federal funds. So yes, they have some state criteria, but there's a whole, did you help a low mod population? What's your prior performance in implementing these grants? There's a whole criteria there. Did you help the low mod population? Were they below 80%? And so there's national objectives. The state has some in there. I'm not saying they don't have any, but one of the key things we have to do if we win is Adrienne and our staff need to make sure they're following all the federal criteria and the state criteria, and that we spend the money. The big thing is, if you don't spend the money and you don't track spending the money and you're meeting national objectives and HCD objectives, then you don't win the next time you apply, because you show you didn't have capacity and you didn't get it done. So that's a key part of this, is not, hopefully if you approve this today going forward, is tracking it and spending the money. I have a pretty good track record of making sure people spend it, so I'm going to be asking for weekly reports on how people are doing.
And maybe I stated it incorrectly the way I understood it, but it's the state that actually says where those allocations go and puts us into a competitive situation where other areas of the state don't have to compete. Is it the state or the federal?
Well, the allocation of funding does go to the state from the feds, and they're dispersing it out, and they put so much to counties, so much to cities. They work with HUD to decide that allocation. Okay. It's based on population and a bunch of things.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
And we're competitive. I would love it if you had your own entitlement here. It would make our process a lot easier.
Sure. Okay. Now, during the public hearing process, this is the time for public input, public comment. I do not have speaker cards, but anyone that would like to speak to this agenda item during this public hearing, please come forward. I think I see someone. Are you coming forward? Perhaps okay. I wasn't sure. Didn't want to close that.
Hello, Marianne Petrillo, CEO of West Business Development Center. I just want to say that this is a very important grant for the well-being of how we help small businesses succeed in Mendocino County. We've been doing this grant now for, I think this is almost our third or fourth time with the county. Prior CEOs worked on it. This is my second time involved in it. We have experience we have credentials, and we have a very good tracking mechanism so that, as Brent said, we can indeed track people over a 5-year plan, and we plan to work closely with the county to deliver those corresponding reports that they need. But this really does help the small micro enterprises of the county become more successful through our free business one-on-one confidential counseling. So thank you for this consideration.
Okay. I think one of the supervisors, Supervisor Jurdy, has a question for you.
So I think we're all familiar with West Company to some extent, but could you just maybe remind us and the public, because these funds I think are largely targeted, if not entirely, towards people who are low and moderate income. Does West Company also offer some business coaching and business plan development to people whose income may be above that?
Yes, absolutely. We're very fortunate because we have multiple sources, multiple grant sources that allows us to serve a broad range of small businesses throughout the county. CDBG grants are very specific to low, moderate income entrepreneurs within the unincorporated areas of Mendocino County. And they need to have 5 employees or less, hence they're a micro enterprise. So this is it's a very narrow description, but it's a very big population within our county that fits the bill of many, many of our small entrepreneurs who are in business or looking to start their business. So we supply those individuals with free one-on-one business consulting, as well as low cost, or in the case of CDBG recipients, no cost workshops. So this is important as they are trying to grow and expand their businesses.
Thank you. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment? Please come forward. State your name for the record, sir.
Ryan LaRue, Director of Development for RCHDC. I just would like to speak a little bit to the question about location for this project. While it is on the city boundaries, it will in fact serve all residents throughout Mendocino County, and so the tenant population is not dictated one way or the other, and the project will in fact move forward with these funds and show that they can be utilized for projects and allow the county to continue to apply for competitive CDBG dollars.
Supervisor Jurdy?
I think this is an exciting project, as is the Danco project in Fort Bragg, which are 2 different organizations moving ahead more or less at the same time. How does your organization look at other opportunities throughout the county? I know it takes several years probably to both identify a piece of property, get the entitlements, et cetera, but maybe feeding on I think the issue that was maybe underlying with what Supervisor Hashak was bringing up is rural community housing. Are you looking at other properties throughout the county for other apartment complex or self-help housing in other areas of the county?
Yes, absolutely. RCHDC is definitely committed to serving the entire Mendocino County. And basically what that comes down to is available sources of funds either at the state level or the federal level, while we continue to do our due diligence on available sites throughout the county, whether it be in Willits and Fort Bragg, throughout the city of Ukiah. So it comes down to finding those sites that are suitable for proximity to amenities, which are very strict in the funding sources, whether it lies within half a mile of a hospital or a pharmacy. And so we continue to do our due diligence on what sites are available, whether they be county-owned, city-owned, or privately owned, and we can get them at a favorable acquisition price. But our development team is currently still looking for sites throughout the county.
And I will say that your agency is very good at going to Sacramento and talking to state legislators about legislation that gives more opportunity for organizations like this to go and do more within the district that they're in or the county that they're in. I've seen them over in Sacramento a lot. We wave at each other on I-5.
Thank you.
So
for that,
I think
Chair.
there's one more question here.
Yes,
Supervisor
thank you, Madam
McCowan.
Chair. And RCHDC has owned this site for several years now. And this grant, if awarded to construct the off-site improvements, would be probably the main barrier, not easily funded through other sources. Is that accurate?
That is completely accurate, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Heather Gerwitz, Executive Director of Economic Development and Financing Corporation. And we have a project that we've put in here to do a feasibility study on how we can better get high-speed internet access to low-income households. We just completed the broadband plan, which you'll be hearing about in a couple weeks. But one of the major challenges is that broadband, especially high-speed access, is pay to play. So the more speed you want, the higher amount you have to pay. And that's a really big inhibitor for low-income households. It's a barrier for people who want to take online classes to improve their ability to perform. We just had an economic summit where people were talking about how dire it is with our workforce. And if we're going to train our workforce, they need to have access to these tools. So it's a really important project. I just wanted to answer any questions if you have any.
Yes, we do. Supervisor Williams.
How did we come up with the $75,000 figure? Is that enough? I would have thought we would need more. And how do we determine whether we're successful? Clearly, we're going to have a plan that comes out of this, but how do we know whether that plan really made a difference? Do we look back at some point in time, and who has that responsibility?
Well, so this is, at this point, feasibility study. So the success factor would be like, did we find a route to move forward? And anytime you're talking, and I had to check myself too, because we just had this great summit. Anytime you're doing this kind of work, it's long range. We're not going to see a change. Like, I'm not going to be able to go at the end of the year and say, oh yeah, we totally had an impact. But hopefully 5 years from now, we'll have a huge increase in the number of people in this county that have access to high-speed internet, and we'll have programs in place that make it possible for low-income families to access it as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward. Seeing no one, we're back to the board, but we'll have staff present their final remarks, if there are any.
Just Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I want to make a clarifying statement in terms of the numbers that are in the packet versus what was first noticed. So there was an initial notice for this item that had an incorrect dollar amount off by $180 more. And so we did an amended notice that we don't have proof of publication yet before this meeting, just to try and, as a curative measure in the case HCD ever asked a question about the dollar amounts. If I'm correct, the resolution that is before the board and Granicus has the corrected dollar amount, which I would defer to Adrian Thompson to confirm. But that's been our discussions and clarifications this morning was about.
And that's why it was pulled previously from a board agenda.
That was actually a much different dollar amount that was changed.
Oh, was it?
At that point, RCHDC modified the request downward by about $400,000. So that was the need to push that to this meeting. The notice for this meeting, in reviewing the item beforehand, we realized that one of the numbers was off by a relatively de minimis amount, $180 more than the total should have been. So we did an amended notice. When we get proof publication, we'll make that either part of the record or part of our file at least, and provide that to HCD if they have any concerns. We're optimistic they won't, but that's what we've been discussing this morning.
Okay. Adrian?
Thank you, Chair. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. We did revise the numbers on January 31st, and the new notice did print on February 1st. We've spoken to HCD through our consultant, and they've stated that the second notice wasn't necessary. The first notice would cover through, but as a courtesy, we did provide a follow-up just to clarify for anyone. It was $180 more in a rounding error than we'd anticipated, but it is a de minimis error, as we've stated, and they did not have concerns at first address.
Sounds like a transposal. Supervisor Jordy.
Well, I think someone's probably be making a motion pretty soon here, but I just wanted to comment that I think it's really important for the public to recognize that with this grant application, we're hearing about the rural community housing project just outside of Ukiah in county service area, but provide an area served by water and wastewater, therefore can handle high density housing to provide much needed residential housing. In another arm of the county, the HEAP funding is a portion of it is moving forward to go for a comparable project in Fort Bragg city limits. So there's two major housing projects moving forward in Mendocino County, both very needed. And so it's just important for people to recognize that there are two substantial projects moving forward in the county, and I want to compliment county staff, both from the planning department and other county departments, for working to help move forward those housing projects, and this is one critical piece of that.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add one other thing. This is in county jurisdiction. It does provide improvements to a very heavily used road with currently very substandard conditions, so it's of benefit generally to the public in helping address part of our very significant backlog of repairs needed to county roads. So, you know, it's another plus in that regard. I get quite a few comments from the public about safety conditions on that stretch of road, particularly at night and within clement weather.
And if people are walking or biking or...
And no safe place to do so.
Exactly. Supervisor Williams.
Question and motion. Was the corrected amount $2,140,001? Okay.
Madam Chair, could I just...
Before, we can't go into a motion until we close the public hearing.
Sure.
So
you
asked a question, and we could have staff answer it.
Madam Chair, Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Service Director, if I could I'd just like to read into the record the precise amount so there's no question about what we're submitting if you approve this motion.
And that's what Supervisor Williams wants to see, and I think we all do.
So I'll go ahead. Is it okay if I read that off? General Administration, $144,070. Public Improvement Project in Support of Housing, $1,420,931. The Micro Enterprise Technical Assistance, $500,000. And then Planning and Technical Assistance, Broadband Needs, Lower and Moderate Income Neighborhoods, $75,000, for a total of $2,140,001.
So any more comments? Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing. And now the matter is before the Board of Supervisors. Public comment is no longer permitted. Supervisor Williams, we can entertain a motion.
Carla, you can copy and paste. I move we adopt resolution authorizing the County of Mendocino to submit an application to HCD for CDBG funding in the amount of $2,140,001 for 3 projects. 1, RCHCD public improvements in support of affordable housing. 2, West Company Micro Enterprise Technical Assistance. And 3, EDFC PTA study, and authorized chair to sign same.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Everyone understand the motion? We're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, clerk. Okay. Thank you, staff, and everyone else that came for this item. We'll move on to agenda item number 5F, and this is the Chief Executive Officer's report. Executive Office is the sponsor. Ms. Angelo.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brown. I'm hoping that each board member has a hard copy of my CEO report in front of you. It's also online for the public, and if anybody wants a hard copy, if it's not in the back of the room, you can get it at the executive office. A brief report today. I have just a couple items that I wanted to update the board on. The first one, of course, is the budget update. Just so there has been questions by some board members, so I wanted to be clear that the full board understood what our schedule was at this time. We are preparing the mid-year budget report that will go to the Board of Supervisors, and it is scheduled to be presented to the board at the March 26th meeting. And as you know, we usually work on 2 budgets at one time. We're monitoring and managing the existing budget for this year and then developing next year's budget at the same time. Concurrent with the mid-year reporting, we are looking ahead to the third quarter report for fiscal year 18-19 and starting the budget development process as well. So we're working on mid-year, third quarter. It's just the way that the numbers and the schedule comes out, and then of course developing the budget for next year. So when we do the mid-year report on the 26th, we will also hold a budget workshop on that day with the Board of Supervisors with our request that that the board establish their budget priorities and goals for the coming year. This is not uncommon. We have been dealing with the goals of this board as we know for the last few years, and so we just want to be certain that we're still on the same page as we move forward with next year's budget. And the kickoff for budget preparation, and the kickoff is what we do with the departments. So basically we meet with the departments, make sure they have the information as to what the expectations are, looking at the numbers from the auditor, and that's our kickoff preparation, and that will be on March 6th this year. Additionally, the budget team out of my office and the auditor's office completed 6 budget training sessions, and those sessions were on appropriations and budget adjustment requests, and there will be a next round of budget trainings mid-February. And what I'd like to say is that for years we have wanted to do more training with the departments, with the analysts in the departments that actually draft those budgets. And I'm really pleased with my staff and the auditor's staff that we came together and we've been able to actually schedule these trainings and do them. Additionally, the auditor's office submitted their 2018 CAFR, which is a comprehensive annual financial report. And if you don't have a copy, I'm assuming each supervisor got a copy. If you didn't, we will get you a copy. It's actually a very nice document that was put together by the auditor and his outside consultants, auditors. The report contains the financial statements that have been prepared in accordance with the generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP. So we are looking at, the budget team is looking at aligning metrics reporting for departments around the data in the CAFR. And I just want to say, for the purpose of our new supervisors, that the last couple years we have established a budget team. In the past, this county has had one person do the budget. We find that that really is ineffective in many ways. And so we have established a budget team between my office and the auditor's office, and of course with those staff in the departments that actually work on their budgets, and it's been quite effective. Along with that, it actually affords us the opportunity to have more people to work on the budget and related activities, and one being the metrics. We've wanted to do performance measures for quite some time, and I think we've got a really good start at this point. Additionally, we've talked about OpenGov. And so the OpenGov Budget Transparency Portal, we're preparing to release a new report soon. And so that report will contain the monthly budget performance data for the first 6 months of this fiscal year, including actual expenses and revenues. And this board had directed that we update this board every 2 months. You know, the county in general is really a large organization when you try to have 1,200 people all funnel up to 2 offices to develop a budget. So I would like to commend the executive office staff and the auditor staff for actually reaching a point where we think we are going to be able to report to this board as directed. And while we have reported quarterly, reporting every 2 months does make a difference to the departments rather than every 3 months. But we think we're there now. So I wanted to be certain this board had that information. On page 2 of the CEO report, there is just an update on full cost recovery. This is here because the board did give direction for the staff to begin to look at full cost recovery for county services, which we have been doing over the last few years. The budget team presented full cost recovery for 3 departments last year on December 4th during the fee hearing session. And not all of those fee increases were accepted, and that's to be expected when we come forward with full cost recovery to this board. So where we are right now is that we are looking at bringing forward another agenda item, and we are reviewing policy 47, which is a master fee schedule, and we've done some research on the definition of full cost recovery. I believe in the presentation there was some question of what exactly is full cost recovery. Chair Brown.
Supervisor Jurdy, I believe, has a question.
Well, thank you for doing some research, finding this document dating back to 2008, which may be the reason why I don't remember the board taking action saying fees should be have full cost recovery. But the point that I just want to clarify, the point that I've been trying to make for a couple years now is that while we may well want full cost recovery on certain fees, I think in particular, given the housing crisis, that the county should at least consider something less than full cost recovery for small and modest sized houses. We have different fees for different parts of the county. So in much of the county, it's outside the coastal zone. It's largely just a building permit, which is largely based on the size of the house and the expense of the house. In the coastal zone, and not every coastal zone parcel has an ocean view or is an extraordinary property. But it is in the coastal zone. It requires a coastal zone permit, which is several thousands of dollars, and yet not all of those houses are big or fancy in any way. And so I think it's important to think of coming up with a method for adjusting those fees based on the size and kind of quality of the house that's being built, which our building permit fees already reflect that. And so if the planning fee, where planning fees are required, could mirror in some way the building fees, which are already adjusted based on size and quality, I think we could be doing making some progress in making it easier for people to build modest-sized houses in the county.
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, and I think those are the kinds of issues we'll be discussing when the agenda item comes forward for us to give direction to staff.
Okay.
Okay, I'll move on unless there's, looks like we have more.
We've
Yes.
got one more.
Yeah. On full cost recovery, given that we have so many items related to cannabis, I think it would be great if, when the item comes forward, if we could look at cost recovery on cannabis. My understanding from looking at the data and talking to staff is, and this came up when I had an idea of let's remove the minimum tax because it's punitive. Well, I don't think we're getting full cost recovery on the permitting side of it, on the fee side, and so we're making it up with taxes later. And I would like to see that revisited so that the fees correlate with the actual cost of the service provided.
Okay, we can do that. Thank you. Let me go to the next page and move on here. So the page 3 of the CEO report, and I do have our planning director, Brent Schultz, here as well if there are any additional questions on this item. This has to do with the Mendocino County Airport Comprehensive Land Use Plan, and I do want to go through this section so the board understands what we're doing, which actually is quite successful, I would say. On November 13th, our new planning director, Brent Schultz, did come forward to this board to receive direction on the priorities for the coming year, and Brent did get that. It was a good agenda item with the board. One priority, though, for the planning department was to provide options to update the 1996 Airport Comprehensive Land Use Plan. And this plan has been in need of an update sometime, really since the California Airport Land Use Planning Handbook was adopted by Caltrans in 2011. So city and county staff have been discussing this, and city and county staff conceptually agreed that the city of Ukiah could sole source a contract with their consultant, Mead and Hunt, in order to expedite the county land use plan process. And so this agreement is now known as the contract between the city and the county. And this also affords the city and county to share the cost of consulting services for the county airport land use plan. What I'd like to say is right now we believe that contract is approximately $135,000 and the county would pay up to $43,000. What I'd like this board to hear is that this plan is the responsibility of the county. However, without a revised plan for the Ukiah Airport, the city is somewhat challenged to move forward with some of their land use issues. And I will defer to our director at any point in time that he would like to jump in. So I believe that when Brent and city staff began to talk, it really does look like we have a win-win here. One, the county moves forward with the plan, as honestly we should have done a few years ago, and the city gets the plan as well, and it does benefit the city, but they also assist with not only the actual plan, but the cost of the plan. So it does appear that we have a very collaborative effort here between the city and county that could work. So we did talk with the city about having them fully indemnify us, and what we landed on as the partnership between the city and the county is that rather than full indemnification, that the city and county negotiated that all potential future litigation costs, and of course we hope that there aren't any, but if there are, that those costs would be shared 50-50 between the city and the county. So this item is coming to you today. And tomorrow, I believe tomorrow evening, city staff is bringing this item, which is the consultant contract, that scope of services, to the city council to receive approval. And that will be a sole source contract. So given that we do have this agreement with, and it is between staff of the county and the city, that we have this 50-50 split, we do believe between the planning department and the executive office that we would like to see Mendocino County support this effort of the city. Again, this plan is the responsibility of the county, not only to have the plan revised, updated, but also to pay for it. And we have an agreement here with the city where they are paying the lion's share of the consultant. They will be handling that contract. We're paying a portion of it. Brent has negotiated with the city that that plan will come not only to Brent, but will come to this board and to the County Planning Commission. So the county will still have authority over the plan, but we do have the assistance of the city in getting it done.
I wanted to ask a question in that area, if I may.
Yes.
When we talk about the 2011 California Airport Land Use Planning Handbook,
yes,
it makes me go to our other airports,
yes,
both Coastal and Covelo.
Right.
I don't remember us updating either one of those. Are we required? Do they have a plan?
Yes, I'm going to ask Brent to go ahead and respond. Chair
okay.
Brown, thank you.
Brent Schultz, Planning Director, Madam Chair and board members. We do have plans for those other airports. They are not being updated at this time. We're not seeing a lot of development pressures around any of those right now. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. We should. And we're applying for grants now to try to update the rest of those. I'm not looking the other way on those other airports.
Thank you.
And it's important to look at it because how you design these airport plans has changed with the Department of Aeronautics at the state. They oversee that, and we have to follow their handbook. But and we will. But one other thing I want to point out is the contract total is going to be $130,000, and this will take some time. So don't expect to see something quickly. It's a 5 to 8 month process. They have to do noise studies. There's a whole process they've got to dig into on the land uses around the airport and determine compatibility. And we're going to be doing a lot of work with the city of Ukiah to oversee it.
And to ask a question about that, I believe the city of Ukiah did update theirs not too long ago. Or am I mistaken?
I believe they did a master plan for the airport. That was updated, but not the comprehensive land use plan has never been updated since '96. That was the last time it was updated for all the airports.
And I neglected to mention the airport in Brook Trails. I think it's city of Willits, but there's still unincorporated area. So, you know, these other airports, I have questions about and whether they comply with the 2011 handbook. So, yeah, we need to apply for grant funding and get those done as well. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as Planning Director Schultz said, we haven't, that I'm aware of, heard reports that not updating the plans has created problems at the other airports in the county that have constrained logical infill development that the type of development we would like to encourage. And again, it is a county responsibility to update the comprehensive land use plan. We prefer to do that with grant funding. The city of Ukiah is in a situation where it's creating serious problems for appropriate development that they're having. In some cases, development is being blocked that by the handbook would be allowed to occur. The city did fairly recently update their runway protection zone.
Okay.
When they did that, it actually put it at odds with the adopted but outdated comprehensive land use plan. So this contract with Mead and Hunt will allow for the updating of the comprehensive land use plan relating to the city of Ukiah Airport to put the plan in line with the runway protection zone, which is in compliance with the standards laid out in the handbook. And so the city going forward, assuming the greater share of the cost for updating this, although it's the county plan, with the county contributing a more modest amount, is a reasonable balance between the need to get the plan done but not wanting to use county general fund if we can do it with grants. So that's why we're attempting to move forward with this first piece of it now, and then the rest of the airports will be updated with grant funding as soon as available.
Well, where there is a problem, we need to look for that grant funding, so it isn't a problem that brings us back to these other county area airports. So that was my point. All righty. Any questions? Seeing none, we have public comment on this particular item. Seeing no one come forward, it's back before the board. Oh, that's right. It's the CEO's report.
I'll finish. It's very simple.
Excuse me, I think I need longer than a 10-minute break.
That is okay. That was all on the...
I'm going, where is it? Oh,
that was
it's
all on the
CEO
A Club.
report.
And then all you have, the last page is just the next meetings. And with that, Chair Brown, I am done with my CEO report.
Too funny.
Item 5G, I'm not certain if we have a legislative update. It looks like we do.
Cool. Sarah? This one is an agenda item, other than CEO report.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Duquette, Deputy CEO. I come to you today to talk about two possible support letters for your direction. One of them first is a support letter for SB 185, which was introduced by our Representative Mike McGuire, and it deals with cannabis and changes to the organic equivalent program and the appellations. So the first part of the bill would expand the appellations equivalent program to include working with the Department of Public Health and the manufactured products that come out of cannabis. So it would broaden that. And the other section is about the appellations of origin and changing the word appellations to appellations of origin, allowing the same
prohibitions against misrepresentation of county of origin misuse. So it's expansion of that to not only cover the appellations that are being developed, but anyone that might be trying to, let's say this product was from Mendocino County and it really was from Inyo County. So it's just an expansion of that. So I come before you with to get direction on supporting McGuire in this piece of legislation. The other piece is the executive director of the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District has asked us to write a support letter. The RCDs of Humboldt, Lake, Napa, Sonoma, Marin, and Mendocino are going forward with putting in a grant for watershed improvement position. That's a part of the whole forest management and resiliency. And essentially they would bring on a staff person that would provide administrative and organizational capacity to local entities pursuing forest health projects, as well as fuel reduction, prescribed fires, reforestation, and forest health monitoring. So this would be another great asset to our region and help our county and the other counties as we move forward with resiliency. So just direction on both of those letters that we can move forward. And this second letter would be from the Board of Supervisors and as the Water Agency Board of Directors.
Yeah, I'm in total support of both of those letters, and so do we need to make a motion to direct that?
You're asking the chair after my default poo the last time. Yes, we do.
And just to further expand, I forgot to mention, both of these letters are within our legislative platform and covered within the platform categories. So,
but you're seeking approval.
Just direction to move forward with these two letters.
Okay, and we will go to board comment, then we will have public comment, so stick around.
Well,
Supervisor McCowan.
Again, I believe, Deputy CEO Duquette just said board direction was sufficient, so maybe we don't need a formal motion.
Okay.
Is that because it's in the ledge platform?
And that is correct. But for the new supervisors, also in between board meetings, and if it is in our legislative platform and timely letters need to be written, they will be written, but then they come to the board so the board's aware that those letters have gone out. I would like to call for public comment. Seeing none, it's back to the board. No motion is needed, as Supervisor McCowan stated, because it is within our legislative platform. So I really appreciate you bringing that forward to us. And when the letters get written, we're certainly going to need copies to each one of us. So we know exactly the legislation and also what our own letter says, so we can also lobby and advocate. Okay, will do. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I just have a question for, concerning the legislative platform, and if it's appropriate at this point, to what Supervisor Jurdy was talking about, our discussion yesterday with in MCOG concerning the funding of private roads for emergency access routes. And so is that something that we could add on at this point into the legislative platform?
That's actually topics already included.
Yes.
Within our disaster recovery of advocating for more fire roads and things like that. So usually the legislative platform puts out specific areas, and sometimes they're broad. So there's a couple ways it could come to you. If there's enough timing, it will actually usually be a consent item. If it comes to us last minute, it might be a verbal update like here. Or if we have to do it in between, it comes back on consent. If there's something you have questions about whether it would be included under our various categories, you can always contact me and I can verify that. And if for some reason it's not covered in the legislative platform, we can just put it on an agendized item. We've had that happen a few times.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, we're early. A break. It's not lunchtime yet. Uh-huh. Well, what I would like to do is ask supervisors for supervisors' reports. If they have them, we can begin that. If it goes over the 10 minutes, then shame on us. So who would like to begin? Supervisor Haschak.
All right. Well, I attended the Firewise Council meeting on January, but I don't have the date, but the other week. Discussion about the need for vegetation management and reduction for fire control was one of the key topics, and also emergency access routes. I went to the Measure B meeting, and that was interesting and provided some helpful discussion for today's discussion. I attended the Laytonville MAC, Municipal Advisory Committee, and a subsequent meeting with Planning and Building staff to start the Covelo MAC. I attended with Supervisor McCowan of the Great Redwood Trail Kickoff Meeting, which is very inspiring to me and the people who were there to think of the economic, recreational, branding, and wellness possibilities for the North Coast. And also the Economic Forum in Willits put on by the EDFC, and it was a great activity afternoon. And Dr. Keith Taylor from UC Davis Extension, or UC Extension, spoke of the possibilities for localized economic promotion and collective enterprises, and also attended MCOG yesterday. So.
Great. Thank you so much. Supervisor Jurdy.
Since our last board meeting, a couple meetings that might be of interest to others, had two different meetings with state parks. Two of the state parks in Mendocino County are actually managed out of Humboldt County. So those include Stanishiki and Siskiyou Wilderness Park, and we now have an offer from state parks to do some routine maintenance of the county road that runs through their state park if they can get an indemnification agreement. So I haven't had a chance to talk to Kid about this, but they're looking at some sort of indemnification agreement so that their employees who know how to maintain roads, if they can just do some routine work, would not be liable should there be some unforeseen accident with, erosion or something through a winter event. I don't think it would ever happen, but they just want that indemnification in order to do that routine work, which would relieve the Fort Bragg County road crew from driving all the ways up to Redway and then over to Whitethorn and then down into Siskiyou State Park, which they just can't do on a routine basis. So those two meetings, I think, look promising for the county and for the state park. Also, want to compliment county planning staff and probably the county council office. I don't know who all was involved, but for I think a clear-headed decision that someone in an existing commercial kitchen using CBD does not need to get a coastal development permit. So that clearly wasn't something that needed a coastal development permit. So I was glad to see county staff determining that, because nothing was being produced, or CBD was not being produced on site. It was just being applied to a commercial food product. And then maybe one other item. Let's see. We had an MTA meeting. Just did our annual review of the manager, and let's see. We established at MCOG committee assignments, and that's probably the bulk of what's of interest to other people right now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Supervisor. Supervisor Williams.
Yesterday, I attended LAFCO and was sworn in as an alternate.
And sat.
And sat. And I think, well, I'll move past LAFCO. We had the first meeting of the ad hoc for the cannabis economic development. This was Supervisor Jurdy and I, and we have a meeting scheduled with staff later this week to continue some of those ideas. One of the ideas that came about is looking at a zoning classification that's somewhat less than industrial, that would satisfy the needs of some of the cannabis medicinal producers and edible producers. And we're going to try to get a recommendation from staff of what's feasible. I attended the EDFC summit A lot of great ideas discussed, a lot of issue spotting. I'm concerned that we have 600 nonprofits in this county. We have a lot of issue spotting. We have a lot of organizations, but we need to get a better handle on metrics for rating success, because the community can only support donating to so many organizations, and a lot of times there isn't nobody seems to know which effort has a track record of pulling through and making a difference in our communities. I would like to see the county play a larger role in that and step up to the plate a little bit more on the economic development, not just appoint EDFC to do the work, but also track how it's being done, and are they funded as well as they need to be to carry it through. I attended the Anderson Valley Community Services District Boonville Planners meeting. This is in regards to water, drinking water, and what they call clean water, essentially a sewer system. I think it's huge in that 23 out of 24 wells tested in downtown Boonville showed positive for E. coli. This has been a problem since the mid-60s, and the state hasn't had funds available to solve these sorts of problems. There's now a window of opportunity, and the Anderson Valley CSD has been moving through a planning phase. It also addresses an issue we're seeing throughout the county in the rural areas with fire protection and insurability, in that you need to have that credible water source. So I would like to see us look at where else we can apply Prop 1 funds. Prop 1 generated $260 million for water projects. I attended the EMS committee. I'm not sure if it's an actual committee, but it's a group of EMS stakeholders that meets in conference room A every couple of weeks. And one of the topics of discussion was this EOA that seems to have been stuck. I remember discussing the EOA 5-6 years ago, and I think there's a lot of frustration. There's distrust now about the process and our relationship with Coastal Valley's EMS that we need to, as a county, work on rebuilding that trust, rebuilding a working arrangement, or do something different, but it can't continue to go on as it's been. And I also learned in this meeting that all of the Coastal Valley's staff are actually employees of Sonoma County. And seeing that Coastal Valley's might be expanding to cover other counties in the future, I would like to see us encourage a JPA so that all counties have an equal seat at the table. And then last, with the help of our DOT director in researching traffic data during the last storm, we found a 78% increase on Flint Creek Road. This is due to 128 being flooded and closed. And I authored a letter as one supervisor to Caltrans District 1 explaining that data, and also quoting a section of state policy about reimbursement to local government for damage done during detours. I don't have a response back yet, but I plan to follow up on it.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would encourage Supervisor Williams to work with staff and bring forward an agenda item regarding the detour issue and the impact to county roads. And it's rather disingenuous. The state designates a detour, you know, it might be 200 miles where people are instead going to take the 20-mile shortcut using a county road, but they designate an official detour involving state highways with a very circuitous route.
Bill Springs.
We suffer the impact.
Bill Springs.
I also attended the Measure B committee, the Great Redwood Trail meeting, the Economic Forum. I saw, I think, 4 of us there, the EMS meeting, of course. It looks like we are very close to getting final approval from the state to put the RFP for an exclusive operating area out there and finally move forward after what has been about a 5-year process. And the comments of Supervisor Williams are absolutely correct. It hasn't been a healthy working relationship, and we do need to improve that or change it. So also at LAFCO, we did have a workshop on the Fort Bragg Rural Fire Protection District, updated municipal service review and sphere of influence, and that'll be set for approval next month. We did elect Supervisor Carrie Brown, or Commissioner Brown of LAFCO, as chair. Tony Orth, a district representative, as vice chair, and continue with Jerry Ward as treasurer. We also reviewed the preliminary budget, gave direction to staff to keep the apportionment to the county, the cities, and the special districts the same instead of increasing, and to instead reduce the reserve for legal fees. So we're holding the line there on the apportionment cost. The Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc of Supervisor Haschek and myself have met a couple of times together. He and I, one meeting on a particular issue with staff, and we have another meeting scheduled this week. We're planning to have public meetings probably beginning the end of February, first week of March, to go out to the public and hear their ideas as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And we're at that hour, actually, a minute after. So we are going to recess for lunch. Am I correct? Supervisors are back in session at 1:30, and we're going to go from what we have this morning to agenda item number 5D, discussion and possible action regarding an update on the implementation of the Mendocino County Cannabis Cultivation Program and cannabis compliance efforts. Agriculture is the sponsor. Staff, you want to introduce yourself and the record when you go to speak, and I'm not sure who's first, so go forward, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, County Council, CEO Angelo. I am Sean Connell, Cannabis Program Manager, Department of Agriculture, and I'm here to present the cannabis update. It's been submitted to you and is available to the public. As of January 17th, the cannabis program has received 1,282 permit applications. 238 applications have been approved and issued. 216 permits remain to be assigned to an inspector, and 729 permits are under review either by our county staff or a state agency. Additionally, we've notified 7 of the Dropbox applicants of acceptance and have requested their payments, and have notified the 15 additional ones that their documents have been returned to them and that we look forward to seeing them in the reopening. I'd like to go over some of the things that we have upcoming in our training environment. We have Department of Pesticides regulations will be here at the county on the 19th of February giving a block of instructions to cultivators and all interested parties. We will be mailing out an informational newsletter to MCGA and MCI to garner a little bit more support, as well as other cultivators that are interested. We ask that they make contact with the Department of Agriculture now so that they can reserve a seat, as space will be limited to about 45 to 50 personnel. And then on the 20th, we will be taking DPR out to a few sites within the county to go over on site. And speaking with our DPR representatives, they explained that they are extremely excited to be here in Mendocino County so that when they go back to their offices, that they can start to make regulations and policies and procedures that reflect what's actually happening in the cultivation community. So myself, along with our staff, are extremely excited to be able to help provide some level of information on that front. Additionally, we'll be doing program outreach with the Department of Agriculture and Planning and Building to go over the reopening window, as well as what is required to start and implement the cannabis accommodation districts, to establish them and provide satellite offices where cultivators will have access to county staff. We're actively working on a press release so that we can get that distributed out so that all parties can be informed. And lastly, I'm here, I'd like to request that our cannabis update move to a monthly report to this board. I feel that at this time that every 2 weeks we don't have enough numerical change in the way that we present this update to really show the amount of work that our staff has put into getting these things done and accomplished. And I feel that at a monthly update, we will have a much better option to provide you with information on the ongoings of what's going on in our department. And
Sir, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I believe Supervisor McCowan has a question.
Well, comment, Madam Chair. I completely agree with staff. I think it'd be more productive if we had an update, perhaps the first meeting of the month, first regularly scheduled meeting of the month.
Colleagues? Supervisor Williams.
Does it even need to be that often? I'm not seeing much change. And so, I mean, if we go 2 months and there's only a 5% change, I don't know that we need to discuss the numbers. I guess I would like to see a chart of these changing permit categories, maybe just published on the website so that the public and the supervisors have awareness of where we're headed.
Supervisor McCowan?
I think it's important that we at least have a monthly update to make certain it's on everyone's radar, and hopefully we will soon start to see some movement. That's the hope.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'd prefer every 2 months, but if we do it every month, maybe every other month, we try to keep it limited to a shorter time period. It seems like every time cannabis shows up, it becomes a 2 to 3 hour discussion due to public comment.
Supervisor Haschek, what is your feel?
Well, I would think, like I said last time, that we are having too many of these updates that aren't updating us too much, And so I could go for every month and see how that goes, and then if we're finding that it's still too much, we go to 2 months.
Okay, I guess I'm the deciding factor here. So why don't we go first meeting of every month, and we can decide at that point to go, if we want to go every 2 months. Will you agree to that, Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jurdy?
Absolutely, I will. I'm not against talking about cannabis. I just don't think we should spend a lot of time on components of cannabis that haven't changed. I would rather talk about the economic development or, encouraging the state to adopt policies that don't penalize our county financially. But not so much, the 1 or 2% difference in the flow of permits.
And I understood where you were coming from, and I'm glad you clarified that. Thank you. So, you got your wish.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm that from here moving forward until otherwise directed, that at the first month we will give you the cannabis update until told otherwise. Additionally, I would like to, the Department of Agriculture is seeking direction from this board on industrial hemp. Recommendation from staff is to enact a moratorium for 45 days to allow us to gather the information to provide you so that you guys can make an accurate decision. I feel that with that time, it will allow us to reach out to the community and get an understanding of what the community needs are, as well as do the research to find out what effects it could have on the already established cultivation community in our county.
Okay. Does any other staff member have a comment?
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. Just a little context. The reason this is coming up is the state's adopting fees for the hemp program. So once those fees are in place, theoretically the state can accept applications for hemp production. So it's in the Office of Administrative Law right now. It's going to probably be on the books the last week of February, first week of March. So if you wanted to do a moratorium, that would need to come to the board immediately, so the next meeting for you to adopt it, and then once it's adopted, 45 days later would come back, but it would give you time to understand what you want to do and without theoretically opening up the door when those fees are in place.
Supervisor Haschek?
So are we looking for a motion on that right now?
I don't think so. It's just an update.
Just direction from the board. If this is the direction you want to go, we will immediately prepare the moratorium ordinance that would have to come to your board at the next meeting for action.
Supervisor Haschek, could
yes, I think
state your feeling?
Pardon?
Would you state your feeling on that particular
yes.
item?
My feeling is that that's certainly a direction we need to go, is implementing this moratorium until we get the information about how hemp production would impact cannabis production.
Supervisor McCowan.
I would support an agenda item for that as well. Understanding it to be approved, it would require a 4/5 vote.
And is that correct, County Council? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. You'll agree. Thank you. Any other comment? Supervisor Jurdy, Supervisor Williams, do you agree with the two other supervisors that have made their comment?
I would like to hear what neighboring counties how they've responded to industrial hemp.
So on Friday, I will be sitting down with the Coastal Cannabis Forum, where I will have access to surrounding counties' cannabis program managers. That is Santa Barbara, San Mateo, City and County of San Francisco, Sonoma County, Yolo County, and ourselves. There is an hour-long discussion on hemp that we plan on gathering that information, which is why we're here today seeking your direction so that we can come back with that type of information.
So I'm comfortable with the gathering information and coming back with some proposed ideas, especially if they're in sync with our neighbors or if we feel that it'll protect our economy. But I don't want to commit to any particular outcome.
Supervisor McCowan, Haschek, do you agree with that? To come back with an actual action item? Supervisor McCallum?
Well, I do, and again, we're not prejudging what the vote would be, but we're giving direction that they would bring back the information and the proposed moratorium in case we choose to go in that direction. We have the option to do so.
And consider the information
Correct.
of other counties, neighboring counties?
Yes.
Agree? Okay. Ms. Duquette.
Just to follow up, our agriculture commissioner has been in contact with the various commissioners that are dealing with them. Some have taken action and have already adopted an ordinance. Some are going the moratorium route. But he can, if you have questions about what's going on in other counties, he can answer those questions, and we can bring that information back with this moratorium for your consideration.
Okay. All righty, then that'll stay. Okay, further comment, staff? Okay, so you have 2 directives from the board. You understand those directives? And clerk will get the agenda forecasting set for those 2 items. Okay. Well, one is changing the updates on cannabis.
The 2 directives that I recorded are, the first one is that the cannabis updates be provided to the board at the first meeting of every month in lieu of every meeting. And the second directive was that staff prepare an item regarding hemp moratorium for the February 26th, the Board of Supervisors meeting. Is that correct?
That's the way I understand it. Okay, thank you so much. So we're going to go to the public now. Do we have public comment? Hannah Nelson, please come forward, restate your name for the record.
Hannah Nelson, good afternoon. I submitted, it's not really a memo, it was something that I put out to the public because there's an enormous issue with a potential gap in state licensing. And there are 3 items that I identified that the county can help potentially minimize, and it's possible that they're already being done, I just don't know. The 3 items are, and let me just give you a brief background. Temporary state licenses, which of course state licenses are required in addition to our local permits, there's no more extensions. That's it. The law doesn't allow for any more extensions. Many of them are starting to expire next month and the month after in droves. The CDFA has taken, surprise, surprise, much longer than it had anticipated to wade through the annual license application. And part of it is because people submitted the wrong things or incorrectly, and they kept changing their guidance and they reinterpreted things. Part of it is because of outside agency lag. There's all kinds of different reasons why there's this slowdown. Right now, CDFA is taking 4 to 6 months on the applications that were submitted starting last year. So, and it's anticipated that new applications would take 6 to 12 months. And hopefully it will speed up. But anyway, that's going to create a potential gap in licensing for our local permit holders and current temporary license holders. And there are quite a few things that the individual applicant must do, and I've put out detailed information to my clients to get on it and really do it. But I thought I'd also share with everybody not only the workflow of CDFA. I spent a long time, a couple hours on the phone with the guy who's in charge of approving every single cultivation license in the state, and he went through the entire process with me. He heard what our issues are and how they can help. But anyway, there's 3 things that the county can do, and like I said, it might be that the county is already doing them. I don't know if you want me to mention those quickly or whether you just want to read them or if staff has already read them in my short memo.
You have a few more seconds.
Okay, so one is the county was really excellent during the authorization process for temporary licenses of immediately responding to the state inquiries. I'm not sure if that is still the case, but if it is, that is extremely helpful, and not to just wait to respond, because the way that the applications move through the state process is they will not go and become an actual reviewed document in the state system until after local authorization is given. So that's number one. Number two, helping people as they have been continue to perfect their local permit, because a local permit is going to be required for the final annual license at the state level. And finally, evidence of CEQA review underway. And I know that the state is working on a packet for the counties.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and I will go to staff in just a moment. Our next speaker, Mr. Schaefer, please come forward, restate your name for the record, sir.
Mark Schaefer, local farmer from Comchi and on the board for Mendocino Cannabis Industry Association and with the Mendocino County Growers Alliance. I just kind of want to echo what Hannah was talking about there. I realize this is not necessarily on your plate as a county issue, just that we as cultivators and people that are working within this system are looking at a really tough spot here. And I think that what we're asking for is maybe a little bit of assistance and communication with our state legislators, because it does look like at this point that the only way for us to be able to find a solution would be through an act of legislation. Obviously, we are going to be reaching out to our state legislatures as well, but we're just looking to make sure that you're aware, and if you aren't aware, you know, we can help you with that information. I feel like the Department of Agriculture is aware of what's going on and just want to make sure that our County Board of Supervisors have a clear understanding that this could jeopardize our entire program if temporary licenses stop and then we are not able to use provisionals or able to get our annual licenses. I applied for my annual license in July of last year, and I'm still waiting. So, you know, having them extend temporaries as long as they did was helpful, but now we're in a position where we are kind of up against it, and we've got no other solution but to ask our local government to try and help us push this along. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Public comment? Jed, restate your name for the record.
Jed Davis, Potter Valley. I'm here also to echo the brevity of the situation. I applied for my temporary last January, turned in my annual for a nursery and cultivation in July, and have not even heard back from the state regarding the cultivation license, though I have responded and given them further documentation for the nursery license. They have extended my licenses, my temporary licenses, in 3-month increments 3 times, with the last one due to expire in April. And they are not going to be extending that temporary. And so we're basically going to be faced with the choice of cultivating illegally or out of the state's program, or to shut our business down until we can actually obtain the annual license. It was reported in December that of the 3,800 annual applications that were turned in 2018, 4 permits have actually been issued. So we're really waiting on the state. And I did call CDFA. I've reached out to Jim Wood, Mike McGuire's office. Jim Wood's office responded immediately. She was also, the representative was also in contact with CDFA. Though CDFA's answer is, it's not on us. We didn't write the law. We don't have an answer. We know it's going to be an issue. We're talking about it. And so it's a really scary position for everyone that's trying to do things the right way. So if we could get some assistance, maybe the voice from the county reaching out to the state to let them know that it is jeopardizing.
Corinne Powell from Ukiah. I completely support everyone's requests for your intervention on our behalf regarding these licensure gaps And toward that same concern, I would like to again voice that we here in the county postpone phase 3 of our own ordinance unless it becomes miraculously changed in the meantime, but that we postpone phase 3 until not only our own backlog of applications have been processed adequately. We're going to open up for another 6-month period next year, or this year, but coming April to October, you're opening up for more applications, which I think is justified. But if we continue to have an increasing backlog with new applications that may come in, we need to postpone phase 3 even longer. So because the state is backlogged, because we are backlogged, I request that you postpone phase 3. As it pertains to hemp, I think a moratorium is in order. I think it should be done as soon as possible, because I doubt that there has been adequate time for most of you to acquaint yourself with the difference between what commercial hemp is asking for, what the feds have done with the ag bill and commercial hemp, and why, and how it's very different from what should be done here in Mendocino County. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to suspend right now public comment. I'll come back to it, but I'd like to go to staff. Ms. Duquette.
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. First, our staff has read Ms. Nelson's letter. We wanted you to know that we've been in constant communication with CDFA starting in the fall, but recently a lot of conversations over the past couple months in order to best assist them in supporting their state licensing process and working out the various kinks so that we can hopefully successfully get our cultivators into annuals or provisional licenses. Along the lines of legislation, we are engaged in the legislative process. There's already been a number of bills introduced around cannabis and more to come, and we are working with both Paul Yoder, Karen Lang, RCRC, CSAC, and our local legislators to be engaged, and hopefully if we need some fixes, or maybe it's CDFW and other potential issues, that we can get the language issued and hopefully adopted. And so we just wanted you to know that we are engaged in the regulatory and legislative process currently going on, and we are engaged with CDFA and the other licensing agencies, and we can continue to come back at our updates and provide you with information. But we are doing our best in supporting the state.
Okay, thank you. Staff, any other comments? We'll go back to public comment if not.
Siobhan Holmes, Department of Agriculture. I would just add that processing is difficult, and we've spoken about this at volume as far as what we need people to do. So I just want to encourage everyone listening, if you need to turn something in, turn it into the Department of Agriculture. That is how we can help if we have all of your documentation. That's really the key for us right now.
Okay. Thank you, Siobhan. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a question about that last statement. So if an applicant does everything right and turns everything in, how long will it be before they get the state permit? Say, in the case of Mr. Schaefer, who applied last July.
Siobhan Holmes, Department of Agriculture. It depends, because turning everything in may just be you starting your process. For example, certain cultivation sites also require administrative permits. Sometimes the processing time for the administrative permit is long. So I couldn't tell you how long it will take him unless I know every single thing about the location.
Right, but assuming the applicant has worked through our process and done everything at a local level, is it true that there's a holdup on getting the state permit, that the state can't process quick enough? I'm hearing mixed messages. I assume we all are. We hear from cultivators they're doing everything right and they can't get that permit. They're going out of business. Then we hear from staff that we're missing application details and that it's more local level. What's the truth?
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. I will just say there are state ancillary permits that you will have to get a state annual license. Those are not in our control. So if you're in CDFW's process or you're in the State Water Board's process, you're going to have to work with them, and when you get your stuff issued, then the state can give you an annual. I will say, the state, it's rocky. They're still figuring out their processes for provisionals, for annuals. They got everyone their temps. So it is a work in progress that changes daily, which is why our communication with CDFA is frequent, and it's going to be a couple rocky months.
And how many permits has the state issued for cultivators in our county?
I think
Not
it was
provisional, but
Four statewide.
Four.
Statewide.
So we do have a problem. Our cultivators have a problem going forward. They can't get an extension. What do they do?
The problem is not Mendocino counties. The issue is it's the processing level at the state, and there will be a determination at some point if they will go to annuals or if they will go to provisionals. We are going to do our best with everything in Mendocino County's control to support them in the process. But we also don't have a certain level of authority over how CDFA determines to move forward with how they do things. But I do assure you we are in communication with them, and we will do all that is possible in our purview to assist them in their licensing process.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, you're pursuing the same point.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is there anything that we can do as far as sending a letter? I think that's been requested, and I'm sure staff has been in communication. Are we in a position to put more emphasis on the problem, how this will affect us as a county economically?
Okay. And I apologize, I didn't see your pen go back up.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it is clear there's a serious issue here. It is at the state level when you consider they have approved 4 permits statewide out of nearly 4,000 applications I believe they've received. I also trust staff's comments that they are working intensively with both the regulatory and the legislative process. And so I think for now, staff is pursuing this as diligently as they can. I think we will know probably by the end of the month or so if we need to consider further options and take a more direct approach if possible. That's my belief, and I guess I would go to staff for is there something more we should be doing right now, or what's your recommendation?
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. We're going to be having conversations with the state in the next couple of weeks. I think by the next meeting, we'll have a better idea of how much we need to turn up the heat and what kind of our next steps are. And we're getting really close, and we're working really hard with them. And I would say that you are correct. In a couple of weeks, we'll have a better idea of what are the other things we can do to more effectively put pressure on things as soon as we get some other items that are still in the process of being figured out.
Okay. We're going to go back to public comment on this item. Is there anyone that would like to speak? If so, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, it's back to the board. Direction, Supervisor Williams.
Direction, or on the topic of the cannabis update? I had asked for an item on the agenda to remove the minimum taxes and see where we stand on that, because I see it as punitive, almost like charging sales tax to a store on what they could have sold rather than what they did. In the process, I discovered, sitting with our tax collector treasurer, that we're talking about approximately $3.3 million. That number shocked me. There's 1,002 permits that are taxable, that are in the process. I'm told 98% of those are subject to the minimum tax. That means only 2% of the cultivators working through the licensing process are generating enough revenue to be taxed. That's a disaster for us. So I decided, let's hold off on the minimum tax. We don't have true cost recovery on the fees, and so I think we're making it up on the other side as a tax. It's not ideal, but I'm torn because I think asking staff to do one thing and then coming back a month later and saying, no, scrap that, do this other, if we keep that process going, they're not going to get anywhere. We're burning time on the context switching. So living with one bad idea can be better than living with yet another bad idea. But I guess I would like to hear where you all stand on this issue. I would like us to make a conscious decision of how much we want to subsidize this process. I think we have to in order to keep the cultivators moving forward. But right now, we don't know what the program costs. We have staff at different departments. We haven't added it up. We don't know how much of a drain this is.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I hope no later than, is it March 26th? We will have comprehensive information, and I'd like it to be from the inception of the cannabis regulatory program. What have we outlaid? What have we taken in? Because I think we don't have a clear picture of exactly where do we stand in terms of expense to the county and revenue received. And personally, I don't think that the county general fund, other than, we do spend a lot of staff time, not all of which is directly compensated through the program. We spend a lot of staff time, a lot of board time, trying to get the regulatory system dialed in. Beyond that, I really don't think we should be subsidizing it any more than any other industry. There may be specific fees we should look at for, maybe there's some individual fees we don't want to support full cost recovery. We, in fact, did decline to raise a number of fees related to cannabis at the last fee hearing. So, we're not insensitive to the plight of people who are struggling to succeed. But, I think we have to look at this when we have some real information in front of us, because right now we don't really know where we are with the program. Another point, the board has given direction to significantly revise the fees based on significantly revising the number of inspections required and the permit renewal process. And so maybe I could ask of staff, when is it projected that we will have recommendations on revising those fees to put them in line with what the board direction has been? Is that something that would be coming forward fairly soon?
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. First, Deputy CEO Darcy Antle, in conjunction with the cannabis team, is working on putting together those costs from the inception of the program to current. And I believe we are shooting for the mid-year budget. So that is underway, and we're doing that. In terms of fees, there's a couple different things. As you saw in the CEO report, there's still some decisions around cost recovery that will play into how we move forward with the cannabis fees. There is a fee hearing on the books that's coming up in April. That could be an opportunity to look at the fees then, or possibly at a standalone fee hearing for cannabis. So it does have to be updated based on the changes to the program, as well as the changes to the cost and personnel, which were very different when they were adopted in December of 2016. In addition, we are going to be making potentially a new round of changes to the ordinance again, which would cause us to revisit the fees again, and potentially changes in staff personnel in cost in July, which means we have to revise them again. So we'll probably want to look at how we want to approach it. Do we want to bring the fees forward in the spring and then maybe bring them back a year later? So I think there's a couple questions on timing. I would think that it may be a good idea to do as something standalone from April, because I think that what you want first is how much it's cost to inform your decision. So after we bring that to you, maybe we can look for direction at a time that's a standalone hearing once we have an idea of what direction you want to go for full cost recovery. But there are a couple different things that these fees will probably have to be looked at a couple times over the next year, depending on how much change happens in the ordinances.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Supervisor Haschek and I have been discussing this issue as part of the Cultivation ad hoc, since the number of inspections and the timing and renewal process are all part of the cultivation ordinance. I would support a standalone item to review the cannabis program fees, and ideally we would do that in advance of April. But we can work with staff and see if that's practical or not, if the board agrees.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'm trying to get clarification of what's the intent of this. It looks to me like we're not recovering the full county's costs.
We don't know.
Maybe we don't know for sure. It doesn't look like it's the case. And I just want to point out, I mean, I'll say the unpopular thing, but there are people who are in our audience routinely, and they're paid by people in the cannabis industry. They don't necessarily disclose who their clients are, but they're paid by cannabis industry people. And to know that, or to believe that the county is subsidizing the permit program while members of the industry are hiring other people to sit in our board meetings and make comments, taking more staff time, concerns me that we might not be fully charging the industry the fees that they are incurring, the costs they're incurring.
Supervisor Haschak, do you have comment?
Yeah, as far as the minimum tax, I think that that's something that Supervisor McCowan and I have talked about, and we certainly need more information before we can make any kind of recommendation or adjustment to it. It would be good to have all that information out on the table before we decide a particular direction, because I don't know if we're recovering the cost or not, and it just seems like there's some issues around that minimum tax besides just the amount, but also the timing of it and some of those issues too. So
okay, and Supervisor Williams?
I think we need to get more involved at a state level, and some of that comes from collecting the data to show not only are we putting cultivators out of business in this county, but potentially we're using millions of dollars of public money to do it, you know, at a local level. If that's the case, let's rush to get that data and document it, and then get involved at a county level with our state representatives to change the program. I don't see it working, and we're kind of kicking it down the road every 2 weeks. But I don't hear from the industry that it's allowing them to thrive. I hear they're going out of business.
And I would like to say we have been very involved at a state level, and with working groups and with both our legislators on this particular issue. And we've had working groups. I think we've really, really have gone out of our way. I don't want you to think that we haven't. And actually, our CEO has been a premier speaker at a state level for all counties, and informing them, working with them, talking to the different state representatives that we have at the Capitol besides our own elected officials. So I don't want you to think we haven't been, because we really, really have. I can understand your concerns, but I think we need the information that the ad hoc is asking for before we can go further down the road. So I see 4 of us in that support. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make the point again, and I think we've really heard it today with the licensing issues. The County of Mendocino is not the primary barrier to success for our local cannabis cultivators. The state set up a program that is almost punitive towards rural cultivators, with requirements that even though you have a water right and you can apply it to any other product or use under the sun but not cannabis, that you may use 1/4 of an acre of your property for cultivation, and yet your entire 160 acres or 40 or whatever it is will have to be inspected, upgraded at the whim of the inspector that comes out, tens of thousands of dollars of expenses in some cases. You stack that up against our minimum tax for 2,500 square feet, 1,250 on an annual basis. That's a very small cost compared to the barriers that are placed in front of them by the state. And another reason for having a minimum tax, frankly, we cannot ignore the history of the industry that is very proficient at operating outside of regulated channels. And we do have people who are in our permitted system who both sell product on the white market or on the black market, depending on what the opportunity is. And that's just reality. So, and then the main complaint that I hear from people that want the minimum tax reduced isn't that they're not making any money. They gave their product to somebody that hasn't paid them for it. So that's not a problem the county created. The fact that they're dealing with people that are not paying them for what they produced, that's not a county problem. So.
And Supervisor Williams, we've all gone over our allowed
but
time, and I'm going to give you the last bite at the apple.
I would like to hear from our CEO whether there's adequate direction in working out the numbers, the overall cost of the program, and when we may hit cost recovery, or if you need action from us going forward at another meeting.
Chair Brown, if I may
Yes.
comment. My office has been working on getting the dollar amount of staff time and basically what the county has put into the cannabis program. We believe preliminarily that there has been more general fund paying for staff time than the actual cannabis dollars that have come back, but we can't give you those figures right now. So we are working on that. We will have that by mid-year. This is February. We should have it by the end of March. What I would also say is that when we started, not all departments were actually tracking their time. So that's been a challenge in trying to go back and find out what that time, what the staff time has been. So I believe we will have figures for you in March. That's, I hope I answered your question. Was there more to it? No. So we don't need any more direction. We have tried to get this figure. We're working on it. We will have figures for you. And ultimately, when you look at it, code enforcement is one that this board dedicated more resources toward code enforcement, and rightly so. And that's an area where we don't get the reimbursement like we will in the ag department or environmental health. So we do think that we'll find that there's been more general fund that's gone into this, but we'll know next month.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And thank you, everyone. And we're going to move on to agenda item number 6C. We did finish with public comment. Okay. We're on to item 6C, discussion and possible direction to staff regarding the development of an ordinance or ordinance amendments prohibiting the cultivation, processing, or manufacturing of cannabis or cannabis products using genetic engineering techniques. Supervisors Haschek and Williams are the sponsors. Which one of you is going to introduce it, or
I think we should let John,
okay.
unless he wants to defer.
No, I'm ready. Ready?
Go ahead, sir.
Well, the need for this item is due to the technologies developed after the passage of Measure H in 2004. The intent of Measure H was clear, yet there seems to be a need to update the cannabis ordinance to make it perfectly clear that in order to maintain the Mendocino brand of the highest quality, cleanest craft cannabis, and to protect the economic viability of our small heritage farmers and maintain the character of our communities, we have to pass this ban. I am asking that we give staff clear direction to amend the cannabis ordinance or write a new ordinance which will ban any type of genetic modifications, editing, manipulations of cannabis. I have language which includes updated definitions. I am also asking that the board give staff direction to create appropriate language to properly enforce the ban. And with that, I'd like to say thank you to all the people that chimed in on this through emails and phone calls and attendance here in support of this amendment or this item. And unfortunately, some people couldn't come here today because of the snow, but I appreciate community involvement on this issue.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think not only is there concern about being guinea pigs for new technology in this area, but there's a potential for the Mendocino brand to have more value if it's synonymous with non-GMO. And so if we're trying to look out for the small cultivators in this county, despite the state's best effort to put them out of business, this is one area where we can help them retain some value. And if we wait, we may lose that opportunity.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I fully support this item and the requested direction. There are a lot of questions regarding Measure H, the fact that it was a voter initiative, the substantive provisions of it cannot be amended. However, in discussing this with County Council, I do believe it's accurate, and we can go to County Council to confirm that potentially you could amend Measure H without changing the substantive portions of it, but that would create the impression we were altering a voter-approved initiative. For that reason, it might be better to have a standalone ordinance that would accomplish the same thing. So, you know, again, I fully support the direction to County Council to develop that language for an ordinance amendment or an ordinance. And again, we might go to County Council for her judgment of the most appropriate way to proceed.
I'll take that suggestion. County Council?
So, and you'll notice I have Deputy Kudrowski here with me, but I know that he's been looking at this. And again, it is a voter initiative that came forward. The cleanest way to go forward, I think, is by this board doing its own initiative. So it's it less subjects us to any problems. And the other
initiative or ordinance?
I'm sorry, ordinance. Thank you. That's why that's why the ones. Right. It's a voter initiative. It would be better for us to do our own ordinance. And then the other thing is, again, probably better to do an overall ordinance with regard to what we're looking to keep out of the county.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan, I'm going to give you one more time, then we're going to go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to that last point, I think the comment and overall ordinance, we would be adopting something, I believe, that would ban all forms of genetic engineering for all crops, and also, I think, potentially manufacturing that would occur within Mendocino County. So I think the best approach, I think we're being told, is not to have this be cannabis specific, but to all organisms that are produced in Mendocino County.
Well, given the directive of Measure H, that does make sense. So now we're going to go to public comment. Oh, gosh. Okay, Tracy. Huh. Okay, I'll put her down at the bottom. Miss Murphy? Is it Mo? Mayor. M-A-R-E. The pen was blanking out here.
Good afternoon, Mayor Murphy here. I'm not directly involved with the canna industry anymore, but I strongly support Mr. Haschek's initiative, and I believe that it's a timely issue if we don't deal with this ASAP. That allows corporations to come in that are already vying to come in with this technology. I mean, how long is it going to take to change it over to a whole nother initiative, have the voters vote on it? I don't know, a year, 6 months? And I'm very concerned because obviously the people of the county have already said they don't approve of GMO. And now there's these new technologies, so it's a matter of clarification. So there's always many ways to go with any problem, and I would support it being on the cannabis immediately as an amendment, and then later possibly for the whole ag business. But there's going to be more resistance for that, no doubt. And I want this passed. I want it safeguarded before we have our heritage basically undercut by corporations who are more savvy. So these are very, very timely issues. And I know bureaucracy, government in general, tends to move in a different direction, but also we're dealing with aspects of business versus the board and you know, a more timely, a more slow process. But to me, it's ironic that the state and the county want so much of the tax dollars like a business, but they don't respond. And I know you guys have all done your best. It's been a very, very difficult situation all the way around. But there's the hurry up and give us the tax money back without, you know, the realization that is a business move, and you need to be more current and more timely in your decision making. And I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying there is that glitch in the system that's problematic at times. So I would really encourage that this go with the cannabis. And to my knowledge, I put it in this group on the internet as, you know, something to ask for their opinion of the only organization that I know besides the, you know, the people just going there for information. Everyone, after discussion, even one person who still resisted, felt like that would be the intent of most farmers. This has been the heart of our belief system, at least since, what, 2004, when the GMO issue went into effect. So just please consider those things. Thank you.
Okay. And Mayor, I just wanted to tell you, many times the reason it's a much slower process is because of state requirements, a public notice, and you know, you've got to check all your boxes.
I understand.
So thank you, though, for being here and your comment. David Drell.
Good afternoon, Board. Mendocino County led the way in the United States, first county in the country to ban GMOs, and we were right to be in the lead, because all the hype about how beneficial GMOs would be turned out to be misplaced, and in fact, the Midwest now is dealing with Roundup-ready weeds, and that have migrated out of the GMO crops, and lots of other health issues in the food have come to light. GMO-free food, certified by an organization called the Non-GMO Project, is doing a land office business. They have 50,000 plus products that are labeled GMO-free, and with $30 billion worth of yearly income from GMO-free food. The train has left the station. The people of the United States do not want GMO products. And I think it's an opportunity here in Mendocino County to again take the lead and put a GMO-free stamp on our cannabis. I agree with Supervisor McCowan. It would be great to update our definitions and get all growing of GMO animals and plants on the books in Mendocino County. And the best way to do it, I think we'll need to figure it out. But our feeling about it was, we thought that amending the cannabis ordinance was the easiest, quickest way to solve the immediate problem, and then take a little more time to update GMO-free for all the propagation that occurs in the county. So we're open to dealing with it either way, but however we do it, let's do it quickly and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Drell?
My name's Ellen Drell, and I'm also speaking on behalf of the Willits Environmental Center. David gave a good history of why this is so important, and I I concur with that, and also just reiterate that we felt that because there were issues with changing an initiative written by the people, that perhaps the quickest way to deal with an immediate threat was to amend the cannabis ordinance, and that may still be the way to go, and then take up the issue of all the other agricultural and fiber products in the county next, but also quickly. But as David said, we are open. I mean, as long as our intention is the same and our purpose is the same here, I think we can agree that the quickest route and the most thorough route is the best route. So I'm sure there will be discussion about it as we go on. I also want to add that I think it's imperative, because of what's rumored to be happening in the cannabis industry right now, that the board give direction to the Ag Department that of the intent of the Board of Supervisors to create this policy that there will not be permitted in Mendocino County not only the old generation GMOs, but the new generation GMOs that are included in this more inclusive definition of genetic engineering and GMOs. So I think it would be very important that the Ag Department be given direction to notify applicants that this is the intent of the Board of Supervisors to create this policy quickly, and that anyone with the intention of doing genetically engineered cannabis should not bother to apply, and that applications need to be scrutinized. The operations plans need to be scrutinized to look for that kind of activity, and might require signed affidavits or something like that. But I think there's no point in accepting applications that are going in that direction while the Board of Supervisors is in the process of deciding how to codify that intent. And again, I want to thank you for taking this issue up in such a timely manner, and thank you, Supervisor Haschek and Williams. We really appreciate your acting on it quickly, and thank you to the rest of the board also for this discussion.
Thank you. Tekla and Kim Tate will follow.
Hello, my name is Tekla Brose. I'm a retired teacher and a business owner. I own a restaurant in Covelo. I'd like to say that I appreciate the enormous amount of time and work and discussion that has gone into the production of our already existing CANA ordinance. I know that you have all worked, or the old members of the board and now the new members coming on. A lot of work done. Very much appreciated. I'd like to comment, though, that the work is unfinished. The ordinance needs some fixes, and so in order to make it work for all of us, for that reason, I'd like to emphasize that the time is now to support our cannabis industry in Mendocino County. Everywhere else in many places in California, the wheels are turning, the businesses are growing, it's going, and we will be left behind. And in fact, our baby industry will be crushed if we're not timely in how we both address the needs of our growers, our small growers, and the needs of our general public in the county. It's a boon for the entire county's economy to make this happen, to make it work. So I would like to say that I support the GMO ban, and that the reasons for that are that I'd like it to align with the existing GMO ban ordinance, and I'd also like to make sure that we protect our heritage strains that are so important to our brand here in Mendocino County, and also that this idea of prohibiting GMOs is a groundbreaking and cutting edge, and we have been that for the state, and I'd like to see us continue to be that. I do support that we put it into the cannabis ordinance specifically, because I do believe that is a loophole that is being utilized right now to get around the county GMO ban. And I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Kim?
Good afternoon, Kimberly Tate, Redwood Valley.
cannabis cultivator, One Feather Ranch. I'd like to support the genetic engineering ban and for CRISPR technologies specifically. And I agree with what you were saying earlier about protecting our brand, and that's kind of, as you all know already by now, my marketing and branding obsession for our county. I'm very fiercely in belief of that, and hopefully it'll protect our future in a lot of ways. Also, I'm very in a favor of letting that intent of the county know, people know that we intend to ban it, so they can't come back and claim, oh, when we did this, you didn't say this, and now I'll sue you. You know, because these people have a whole lot of money and a lot of intent on doing what they want to do, from my experience and talking to some people. Just a quick note, I'm not paid by anybody. I'm just here because I love my neighborhood and my community. And also I want to represent cannabis tourism, hopefully in the future, just by being supportive of what our brand is. The minimum tax, I know I was late, I couldn't get here, I was in the snow. In speaking with our tax collector, it's so much easier for them, and also for me, as an example, I have more than half of my inventory still unsold because the market is very slow. It's a very slow process, and I'm not selling in the black market, so you know it's very slow and very, very cumbersome to get through the system and get paid. Two of the companies that haven't paid me a large amount of money in the last 2 years are county permitted businesses, and the problem is it's a lot of money, but also I have no recourse. Legally, it's really difficult to enforce getting paid by someone, even if they're a permitted company. One is here, you know, right on the outskirts of Ukiah, a dispensary that didn't pay me, and there's nothing, like, I've exhausted everything except for spending a huge amount of money to sue them, which I can't do. So maybe the county can work with us on that, if it is a county permitted business, to help us get paid somehow. I don't know how you would do that. And I think that's it. And we all want to pay I love paying sales tax because it goes to our county. So the state fees, on the other hand, that's another story. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Janine Coleman.
Good afternoon, Board. Janine Coleman, COMSHI. I'm the Executive Director of the Mendocino Appellations Project, and I would like to express my support for Supervisors Hashek and Williams bringing this discussion forward. My colleague Eleanor Kuntz had intended to be here, and she sends her regrets she's snowed in. She holds a PhD in genetics, and she has been working with myself and other stakeholders to research the issue, and she's available to you all as a resource. Genetic modification techniques have advanced since the passage of Measure H in 2004, and the definition of genetically modified organisms within our ordinance is no longer adequate. The definition defines genetically modified organisms as specific organisms whose native intrinsic DNA has been intentionally altered or amended with non-species specific DNA. And so gene editing is one such advancement that allows for both intraspecies and interspecies genetic engineering. So that's a specific point. And I'd like to really speak to this issue from an economic development standpoint. This gene editing technology is employed by entities that hold expensive exclusive licensing for the technology, which puts Mendocino's small-scale, undercapitalized local producers at an economic disadvantage in the context of utilizing this technology in their businesses. For example, to speak to CRISPR, an entity with a genomics capacity would have to first license the technology from the Broad Institute, which is part of MIT, and they hold the exclusive patent on the CRISPR technology. And then our farmers would be working with such an entity and either supplying their genetics for R&D or purchasing patented genetics. And in either case, I believe this puts the county's existing and very special genetics resources at risk with respect to our cannabis genetics. One thing I'd like to point out is that this is also a loophole for getting patents. And so one could work with a breeder who's worked over generations, perhaps to develop very special genetics. And when you make any alterations, say remove a gene, That now is a new technology, a new cultivar that can be patented exclusively. And so I think that puts our genetics at risk in that respect as well. And to speak to the Mendocino brand, I think that I have a background in the natural foods industry, and I think we can see that there's an amazing consumer demand, especially when we look at opening the market nationally and internationally to cannabis branding that can verify that it's GMO-free. So I think that's a huge component of our, not just our values, but our value for our product. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Tracy back? Oh, there you go. Should have seen you waving your hands. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Tracy Peller, and I'm from 3rd District, and thank you, John, for bringing it up. And I'm here to say that I think it would be a fabulous idea if we went ahead and just modified our cannabis, ordinance at this point, because like so many people are saying, time is of the essence. And I'm so proud of our Mendocino products. You can buy a Mendocino product and know that it's GMO free, that it comes from good water, that it's, mostly organic. Maybe eventually we'll all be whatever. So I believe in our dream, and I believe in our micro farmers, and the only chance we have is that we're aggressive with this, and that we're aggressive with our marketing, and we stand solid in our belief system, because we do have a value system. So it's really, that's just kind of it. Thank you.
Linda Gray. Oh, there she is.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Gray, Greenfield Ranch, Flatbed Ridge Farm, cannabis farmer. And I don't really have much to add. It's all been said. I just want to support what's been said. Say yes, I'd love to see the cannabis ordinance amended to add the no GMO part there. And it'd be great if the board follows up later to somehow work around Measure H to make the whole county and all types of vegetable or animal products GMO free that are raised here. And I guess lastly, I would just say it was really hard to get here with the snow. So I imagine there might be a few people that aren't here today, but I think this will probably continue on beyond today. Thank you all, really, from the bottom of my heart, for all the work that you do. I know it's a huge amount. Thank you for bringing this up, and it's great to see you. You're my new Board of Supervisor member, so thank you for being here, too. All right, bye.
Thank you, Linda. Anyone else? Oh, I can see someone coming.
Kate Marion Child. I also want to thank Supervisors William and Haschak for bringing this forward. And I sent out a email blast about this hearing today and got a number of responses. I think most people also emailed you. One person named Jamie Chevalier didn't, and I think this is a woman. Anybody know Jamie? Yes. And she said that a good suggestion would be to, she says adapt, I'm not sure if she means adapt or adopt, the regulations in the international treaty governing GMOs, which are far more comprehensive than the FDA nonsense. And she said she's searching for a URL, and that the Center for Food Safety probably has something on this, but she doesn't have time to search it out now. So I hope she'll contact you, or maybe you'll seek out her information. And I know the Supervisor, not Senator McCowan, is concerned about...
Oh, he's trying one of these days.
No.
Is concerned about the possibility, if the cannabis ordinance is amended, that could open the county up to lawsuit for, what was your term, unfair?
Well, it's a question of equal protection of
Right.
the law if we're applying it to one product, but that to me, is not the primary reason to do it a different way.
No, I agree that it should. I like the idea of an overall ordinance that covers everything. I really like that idea, and I'm delighted that you support it so wholeheartedly. But if it does make sense because of time constraints or time issues, urgency, to amend the cannabis ordinance, then because of the severability clause, it would be possible, if litigation did happen, to simply remove that from the cannabis ordinance. So I support the idea of moving ahead with it in the cannabis ordinance, if possible, and if the supervisors agree. Thank you.
Steve, you're next. Restate your name for the record, sir.
And perhaps last, my name is Steve Scalmanini, speaking as an individual, perhaps a confused individual for the moment, and I'm concerned about either adding to that or diminishing some of that. I'd like to speak to the issue, the danger of the devil being in the details of this issue, and I will start off by mentioning that simple description of this item on 6C, item 6E, refers to genetic engineering techniques. Now, my understanding is the issue at hand is the CRISPR technologies and newer technologies, which do not necessarily do, by definition, genetic engineering. They do something less than that, something which is intraspecies, not interspecies. And so if we're going to, if the desire is to ban interspecies as well as intraspecies, I should say interspecies is already banned by Measure, what was it, Measure H years ago. But there can always be clarity added to that, but nonetheless, the law is what it is for genetic engineering techniques and genetic modified organisms. However, again, the CRISPR technology does not necessarily fall into that category. And the people using it could claim that Measure H does not apply to it. And so to close that loophole, if it is desired, then what we're looking at is banning any non-natural techniques for modifying the genetics of a particular species of cannabis in this case. In order to do so, what you're doing is you're in the legal field of appellations and requiring certain genetic strains or excluding some others. That is different. It could be done in the cannabis ordinance. I'm not sure the Measure H applies. And again, the potential for confusion about this seems to me, just seems fraught. And I'm not speaking as an expert in the area, but I'm seeing the opportunity for confusion. Today, I believe that someone coming in wanting to use CRISPR technology for cannabis development or cannabis production could do it, as long as they claim that what they're doing is modifying genes in the same species. So whatever you work on, I hope you get it right. And again, this is fraught with danger. By the way, there is precedent for this, though. And I think this was discussed very briefly years ago when Measure H was discussed, or when Measure H was developed. And that is the cotton growing in the southern San Joaquin Valley. There are limitations on what can be done. I do not know the legalities, and I'm looking at Carrie thinking you might know some of this stuff. But you know, there are limitations of what cotton can be grown because the lesser qualities can ruin the better qualities. Now, whatever they did, it's precedent for what could be done here.
Just remember the debate. Don't know exactly what they did.
Yeah, neither do I. But my understanding is it did happen. It's in the law down there somehow. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment? Okay. Yeah, you commented the last time, so you're commenting this time. Enter your state name for the record.
Corinne Powell from Ukiah. I think this issue is well understood in intent. I think that it's clear that Mendocino County does not want products grown here that are artificially manipulated in any way. And I'm asking that this board take a stand on your item and that you move to create very broad language that expresses that. I don't think we need to mince words on CRISPR technology. I don't think we have to talk about within a species or without a species. What we want is natural products coming from this county. We want clear genetic history. We don't want manipulation. And I hope that you will move on that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne.
Monique Ramirez, District 3. I would like to second what Corinne Powell just said, and I think that it would be really great if we could see some action come from the board today on this topic. Thank you so much.
Okay. Seeing no further public comment, it is back to the board. Supervisors, Supervisor McCowan or Williams, which?
You can go first. I have a motion when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to support the motion. We have the recommended motion in front of us. Probably covers it pretty well. The most important thing is to get it right. That's why I appreciate the way the item is brought forward, to give that direction to County Council to develop the ordinance or ordinance amendment language. I do think there's no significant time difference in amending the cannabis ordinance, developing the new ordinance, trying to amend Measure H. You know, I think County Council's already weighed in on that. It's basically the same process. It's a question, what's the cleanest, most comprehensive way to do it? I personally think that would be a standalone ordinance, but you know, I think we give the direction. County Council will return with what's appropriate. In terms of sending a message to people that are not complying with the intent of Measure H, which was pretty clear, although unfortunately it defined GMOs in a rather limited way. If we really want to make the intent clear, we would give direction to staff to return at our next meeting with a moratorium, because it may take longer than that to actually bring back the language that we would need to adopt an ordinance, depending on how much research is involved. So maybe the direction could be develop the ordinance, but if it's going to take longer than next meeting, have a moratorium.
Well, I believe it's probably going to take longer, but I don't know as though we can take that action based on the recommended motion, the discussion today, and I'd have to go to County Council to ask.
Well, my suggestion was to bring back a moratorium for our next meeting. We can't do it today.
Yeah, hang on. Oh, okay. Hang on.
Right. So I wasn't I'm not sure if Supervisor McCowan, now I'm going to call him Senator, is suggesting that we actually bring the moratorium itself at the next meeting. I'm not really sure that we could do that.
If you're not ready with an ordinance, then bring a moratorium.
By the next meeting?
A moratorium should be pretty simple to put together. I'm always an optimist.
So
if feasible, we could say.
I, Supervisor Williams, I'm just trying to get a response
here.
I
have a motion to suggest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then let's go to Supervisor Williams.
I move to direct staff to develop a new ordinance to prohibit the cultivation, processing, and manufacturing of products, including cannabis and cannabis-based products, from using genetic... Do you want me to start over slower?
And what we might do is take a break and get it typed out.
I have it
work
typed out
with the clerk. Okay. Then you can send it to the clerk, so we do get it correct.
I can hand it to her. That's...
Okay. Then we're going to take a 5-minute break and get it done correctly.
Okay.
Discussion? Supervisor Williams.
I move that we direct staff to develop a new ordinance to prohibit the cultivation, processing, and manufacturing of products, including cannabis and cannabis-based products, from using genetic engineering techniques, whether intraspecies or interspecies, and present said ordinance to the board at a future meeting date for discussion and consideration, and to direct staff to bring back a moratorium at our next meeting.
Second.
Supervisor Haschek, I think, was going to do that second, but it's been seconded by Supervisor McCowan. So we do have a motion. Are there any questions about the motion? Supervisor?
Yes, I guess I'd like to add an amendment to make sure that that we give direction to the agricultural department to come up with an appropriate process to ensure compliance with this.
That'll have to be in the ordinance.
So that would be part of it.
Through the chair, maybe we can ask council whether that's possible.
County Council.
So first of all, let me just say we have two directives from this board today in terms of moratoriums. By the next meeting, which is 3 weeks away, we have one main person working on that, which would be my deputy Kudrowski. So the hemp is defined by law. That's a much clearer, cleaner thing to bring back to this board. However, this particular issue is not clean and clear, and I think we can try. I'm just not sure how perfect our attempt will be to bring that back to this board. And then the other question that was just brought up by Supervisor Haschak is one of the issues that we've been considering in our own office is exactly how do we mandate compliance? You know, how do we oversee this? And that's a bigger issue that would need to be figured out.
Questions of County Council? Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, to the last point, there is an enforcement process in Measure H that could be reviewed and updated if necessary. So, you know, again, I think that's to the discretion of County Council how they put the ordinance together, but I think the clear intent is to keep true to the spirit of Measure H and in light of new technology. So, you know, I think, you know, that's fairly clear enough, and it would have the normal elements of an ordinance, including an enforcement provision. The other issue, the challenge of coming back with a moratorium in 3 weeks, you know, I think it's achievable. It may not be the ultimate perfect last word. That would come through the ordinance, ideally. But I think there is language out there. We have examples that have been submitted. I think those could be reviewed by staff and using their best judgment of what is acceptable, bring forward a moratorium, which after all would only be in place for 45 days initially. But it would prohibit people from submitting applications or being issued permits that contain these properties that we're trying to prohibit. Rather than just telling them, gee, we intend to do this. I don't think you can expect staff to act on a future intention. You kind of have to have an ordinance in place, I believe.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, I totally support the moratorium. The reason I brought this up about the enforcement part is that when I talked to legal counsel about Measure H, that one of their concerns was that there wasn't proper enforcement, there wasn't proper due process in the Measure H as written. And so that was something that we do need to clarify moving forward, whether it's for just the cannabis ordinance that we're about to work on, or the whole Measure H update. So I just think that that needs to be part of the puzzle.
All right. So we have a motion. We have a second. Any more comment?
Well, just for clarification, so is my amendment part of the motion?
No.
No, because we don't think we can, was what I understood. I think we can't talk about enforcement until we have an ordinance. So putting the enforcement element in now the ordering doesn't work. How can the Ag Department enforce an element of the ordinance that doesn't yet exist? So I'm with you in spirit. I'm just not sure how to pull it off. Other than this moratorium will give us that time to pass the ordinance, and then the Ag Department can enforce said law.
County Council?
So again, I think as far as the moratorium, we won't have that enforcement component. It's just a moratorium. So when we come back with the actual ordinance, I think that's, again, something that is going to take us a little more time in terms of how we enforce this and how we work with our agricultural department in order to enforce this.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. But I do believe I heard the intent of County Council that the actual ordinance, as opposed to the moratorium, would contain an enforcement mechanism that, in County Council's judgment, would be legal and effective.
Legal. I mean, obviously...
We'll start there.
Right. Obviously, that's what we're aiming for. I'm just... it's been our discussion in our office all along of how difficult that might be and how to set that up in a way that it's achievable.
Miss Angelo.
Thank you, Chair Brown. The only comment I would like to make is whether this board chooses to develop an ordinance with enforcement or develop an ordinance without enforcement. I want to be certain that we don't just look at the Ag Department to enforce this unless it is actually in the ordinance. So in support of the Ag Department, it'd be very difficult for them to enforce something that is not in the ordinance. Thank you.
Supervisors? Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I think we've clarified that the ordinance that County Council would bring forward would have an enforcement mechanism that they believe is legal and that they hope would be effective.
That's correct.
All righty. Supervisors? I think we have it down, unless, would you like it repeated? No. I think we're good. Right, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. I know. There's only one supervisor left to give supervisors reports, but I'll go blank this time. Okay, the board is now going to go into closed session, and that's agenda item number 9. We have a number of items to discuss, 9A through 9I. And after closed session, we'll come back into open session and report out. All righty. good to go. And also, okay. All righty. The board is reconvened in open session to report any actions that were taken in closed session. Items 9A through 9I, with the exception of 9H, direction was given to staff. On 9H, we did conduct a public employee performance evaluation. So all business was completed. We now adjourn the meeting at approximately 4:53. Thank you very much. Supervisors, staff, we're through. Get it? Good.